Tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, twakusihi tutazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao umerithika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Twakuomba ututeremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na tujalie tuyatende na kuyafikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amina. Start.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages.
Honourable members, member for Nyeri, that's not how it is done. You know, when you get from the door into the door, you must look up to see where you are. No, not in Nyeri. Honourable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 41, subsection 4, I wish to report to the House that I have received 5 messages from the Senate regarding its decision on the following bills. 1, the Personal Data Protection Bill, Senate Bill number 16 of 2018. 2, the County Statutory Bill, Senate Bill number 21 of 2018. 3, the Determination of the Nature of Bill, Procedure Bill, Senate Bill number 30 of 2018. 4, the County Oversight and Accountability Bill, Senate Bill number 28 of 2018. And 5, the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 24 of 2018. Honourable members, the first message is in respect of the Personal Data Protection Bill. The bill seeks to, and I quote, to give effect to Article 31, Paragraph C and D of the Constitution to promote the protection of personal data, regulate the manner in which personal data may be processed, provide persons with rights and remedies to protect their personal data, and to regulate the flow of personal information across the borders of the country, close the quotes. The second message is in respect of the County Statutory Bill, which seeks, and I quote, to provide for the making, statutory scrutiny, publication, and operation of county statutory instruments, close the quotes. The third message, honourable members, is in respect of the determination of the nature of Bill's Procedure Bill, which seeks, and I quote, to give effect to Articles 109, Clause 5, 110, Clause 3, and 114 of the Constitution to provide the procedure for the speakers of the National Assembly and the Senate to determine the nature of a bill, close the quotes. The fourth message is in respect of the County Oversight and Accountability Bill, which seeks, and I quote, to give effect to Article 96, clauses 1 and 3 of the Constitution, and to enhance public financial accountability by the county governments, close the quotes. The fifth bill, honorable members, is in respect of the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, which seeks, and I quote, to amend the Statutory Instruments Act in order to expressly include the Senate in the scrutiny process of statutory instruments, close the quotes. Honorable members, the five messages read that the Senate considered and passed the bill on Wednesday, July 10th, 2019, and now seeks the concurrence of the National Assembly, close the quotes. 3 of the bills were passed with amendments, and 2 bills were passed without amendments. Honourable members, standing under number 143, clause 1, paragraph A requires the Speaker to cause a bill received from the Senate to be read a first time upon conveyance of a message from the Senate. Accordingly, I direct that the 5 bills be read for the first time during the next sitting of the House. Honourable members, paragraph 2 of standing order 143 provides that following first reading, the Speaker shall, within reasonable time, pronounce his or her opinion contemplated under Article 114, clause 2 of the Constitution, close the quotes. The opinion envisaged under standing order 143.2 is a pronouncement by the Speaker as to whether a bill originating in the Senate is a money bill in terms of Article 114 of the Constitution. In this regard, I direct that after first reading, the bills be referred to the Parliamentary Budget Office to offer advice that will enable the Speaker to form the opinion contemplated under standing order 143.2. Thereafter, I shall guide the House accordingly on how to proceed with the consideration of the said bills. I thank you, honourable members. Next.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Leader of the Majority Party.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, July 24th, 2019, in the afternoon sitting. The report of the Auditor General on financial statements in respect of the following constituencies for the year that ended 30th June 2018 and the certificate therein. Igembe South, Siolo South, Central Imenti, Moiben, Turkana South, Tharaka, Igembe North, Mbere North, Moyale, Makadara, Kinango, Isiolo North, Kitui Rural, Laisamis, Tigania East, Kachilipa, Seme, Kisumu Central, Gatundu North, and Laikipia East.
Very well, honourable members, before we go to the next order, allow me to recognize the presence in the public gallery of students, pupils from the following institutions. 1, Kikaso Secondary School, Mwala constituency, Machakos County, and those from Joram Academy, Kajiado North constituency, Kajiado County. They are welcome to observe the proceedings of the National Assembly this afternoon. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Honorable Osoti, you don't have a count?
Yeah, sorry. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I beg to give a notice of a motion that aware that the existing Kenya diaspora policy provides for the mainstreaming of the Kenya diaspora into national development process in line with the aspirations and goals of Kenya Vision 2030, noting that formal remittance from the Kenya diaspora account for over 3% of the country GDP, channeled by an estimated 3 million Kenyans noting that contribution by the Kenya diaspora to the country's development goes much beyond the personal remittance to include increased trade links, better access to foreign capital market, skills and technology transfer, diaspora investment fund, knowledge exchange, among other enormous potential benefits. Acknowledging that the diaspora community continues to contribute immensely to national development and the economy through increased household investment in education, entrepreneurship, health, finance, and housing. Concerned that Kenya ought to formulate a practical and incentive-driven policy to harness existing and future diaspora resources for socio-economic development. Cognizance that the Kenya has an obligation to counter the challenges hindering diaspora contribution to national development. This House resolves that the government reviews and formulates a comprehensive policy and structure to harness the ever-increasing diaspora resources for national development, and that the said policy be presented to the National Assembly within 1 year for consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Baron. The next order is questions. Member for Kirinyaga. What?
Order number 7, questions and statements.
His first question is by the member for Kirinyaga. Member for Kirinyaga, the Honorable Purity Ngirishi. I thought I saw the member walking in. Huh? The member is busy. What are you campaigning for? You are already the member for Kirinyaga. If you need to campaign, you just need to campaign here, that your question should be put.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question goes to the ministry. Question 1, is the ministry taking any steps to bring to an end the long-standing conflict surrounding the South Gariama 17,000 hectares of land in Mwea sub-county, Kirinyaga County, which led to clashes that resulted in the killing of 4 persons on the 26th of March 2019, which has continued to cause rising tensions among the residents. Number 2, when will the occupants be issued with the title deeds? And number 3, are there any measures by the ministry to expedite the composition of the 6,000 people who face the risk of eviction? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I think I could ask, because I can see similarities in this question and the last question. Can I therefore rearrange the question? The member from where do you want to ask yours? Honorable Kabinga Washira.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to comment that the 2 parcels of runs, or the 2 runs referenced by the 2 questions are different, Mr. Speaker, and therefore both of them are relevant.
Then you can ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question again goes to the Cabinet Secretary for Runs. Could the Cabinet Secretary state the size of South Gariama Ranching Scheme Rand and provide copies of the original subdivision plan, indicate the total number of beneficiaries of the subdivision and the respective acreage for each beneficiary. Also provide details of the land parcels set aside for public use and the current status of the land. Number 2, what has caused the delays in the insurance of title deeds to the beneficiaries following the subdivision of the scheme in respect of the part of the scheme falling within Moya constituency? Number 3, what measures has the ministry put in place to ensure that the intended beneficiaries of the said launching scheme are issued with title deeds without further delay? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I think both questions will be responded to before the Department on Lands, notwithstanding their similarities, but there could be some slight differences, because the Honorable Ngirishi states that the hectareage is 17,000, but you are asking what is the actual size. So they will be responded to, Honorable Kabinga. I think there's no confusion. There's no confusion. Both questions will be responded to before the Lands Committee. There's no problem. That's what I'm saying, Honorable Ngirishi. I think the Honorable Beatrice Ngatha seems to be giving you some very interesting stories that you are not hearing. I'm saying that the questions will be responded to. They are okay. They are okay. Yes. Let's get the next question by the member for Teso North, Honorable Kaunya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 340 of 2019 to the Cabinet Secretary for Education. What measures has the ministry put in place to ensure that the high number of students admitted or set to join universities and who have not attained the age of 18 years will obtain funding from the Higher Education Loans Board, HELB, even without the National Identification Card, which is a prerequisite for loan applications? Number 2, could the Cabinet Secretary consider the use of birth certificates as an alternative for the identification cards for students who wish to apply for HELB loans but have not attained the age of majority? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, to be responded to before the Committee on Education and Research. Next question by the member for Kilome, Engineer Nzambi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question 341, 2019. And my question is directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Energy. My concern is that what measures has the ministry put in place to ensure that the Konza Technopolis and its environment is supplied with efficient power supply? 2, what are the plans to construct a transmission line and a power substation within the Konza Technopolis to support the span development in the area, and has the project, if any, been budgeted for? 3, what measures has the ministry put in place to ensure that the expected development of the Konza Technopolis, including the development of the projected auxiliary industries and institutions, is realized without further delays? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question to be responded to before the Departmental Committee on Energy. Next.
Order number 8, motion. Inquiry into allocation of land in Committee Anma Forest. Question to be put.
Honourable members, if members could the member for Seme, is he sitting or standing? Sorry, the member for Seme appeared like he was sitting. Honourable members, I have some comments to make before I direct on how to deal with this motion. Honourable members, I've listened to contributions by a number of you relating to this motion, which is for the adoption of the report by the Departmental Committee on Lands on the inquiry into a complaint by a committee and Ma Forest Quarters Association regarding allocation of land LR number 8390 in committee and Ma Forest, which was laid on the table of the House on June 18th, 2019. Having listened to some of the comments and the contributions by some of the members, my attention has been drawn to the provisions of the Forest Conservation and Management Act number 34 of 2016. And all our members, Section 34 relates to variation of boundaries, all revocation of public forests. And it reads as follows. Any person may petition the National Assembly or the Senate for the variation of boundaries of a public forest or the revocation of the registration of a public forest or a portion of public forest. Subsection 2 reads that a petition under subsection 1 shall demonstrate that the variation of the boundaries or revocation of the registration of a public forest or a portion of a public forest does not A, endanger any rare, threatened, or endangered species, or adversely affect its value as a water catchment area and prejudice the biodiversity conservation, cultural and site protection of the forest or its use for educational, recreational, health, or research purposes. Subsection 3 reads that a petition made under subsection 1 shall be considered in accordance with the provisions of the Petitions to Parliament Procedure Act and the standing orders of the relevant House. Subsection 4 goes on to provide as follows, and this is critical. The Cabinet Secretary shall, within 30 days of the petition being committed to the relevant committee, submit a recommendation on whether the petition should be approved subject to A, the petition being subjected to an independent environmental impact assessment, and B, public consultation being undertaken in accordance with the second schedule. Number 5, subsection 5 reads that if the relevant committee reports that it defines that the petition, A, does not disclose a ground for the variation of the boundaries of a public forest or the revocation of the registration of a public forest or a portion of a public forest, no further proceedings shall be taken. All, that the petition discloses a ground for the variation of the boundaries of a public forest or the revocation of the registration of a public forest or a portion of a public forest, the National Assembly or the Senate shall vote on whether to approve the recommendation. Now, honorable members, subsection 6 provides that if the resolution under subsection 5B, that is on the petition disclosing a ground, is supported by a majority of the members of the National Assembly or the Senate present and voting, the Cabinet Secretary shall publish a notice in the Gazette. Now, honorable members, my attention has been drawn to the fact that it is mandatory that the Cabinet Secretary, as provided for in subsection 4, must make some recommendation. The Cabinet Secretary is required to make some recommendation, submit the recommendation on whether or not the petition be approved, only being subjected to those two conditions. Now, from the report, no such recommendation has come from the Cabinet Secretary. And therefore, the House, in either approving or not approving this resolution, will be proceeding without the inputs of the Cabinet Secretary as provided for in that act. and more particularly Section 34. It is therefore necessary that before I put the question on this motion, the clerk's office seeks from the Cabinet Secretary his or her opinion regarding this petition, because that is a mandatory requirement of the law. And in future committees dealing with such matters, I think it's important that they apprise themselves of the provisions of this act, and more particularly Section 34, so that whatever recommendations we make, the House is not seen to act in vain. Because if the House were, for instance, to approve, and the Cabinet Secretary were to then write back and say that they have not been consulted, it means that a vital step which you put in the law yourselves in the last Parliament will have been omitted, and that therefore the resolution may not be implementable for lack of compliance with this relevant provision of the Act. And therefore, I am deferring this, putting the question, and directing the clerk of the National Assembly to write to the relevant Cabinet Secretary to seek his or her opinion or recommendation which has been omitted. And depending on what the recommendation of the Cabinet Secretary will be, then I will be able to guide the House on how to proceed with the motion, which has been fully debated, but only remains for the question to be put. But I do not want to put the question which may put the House in an embarrassing situation whereby its own resolution becomes unimplementable for failure to observe some of the provisions of, procedural requirements of the law, of the act, not just our standing orders, but that particular act. So now, members, allow me to defer the putting the question on the motion as appearing as business under number 8. I thank you now, members. Yes, what is your point of order on number Jomo Kangede?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really support what you have said and the wisdom in your words. Mr. Speaker, this committee, ANMA, is an area in my constituency, and it is no longer a forest. People have occupied it. It's over 400 acres, and people have built permanent houses in the area. The squatters have really settled there. And the forest department has been very adamant about degazetting the forest. I therefore support what you are saying. We should follow every step, every procedure of the law. We must follow it, because if we skip one, then the forest department will go ahead and frustrate the effort to degazette this forest. And that is why we had rather even take a longer period and make sure we ensure that we have followed every step, including, Mr. Speaker, what the law stipulates, that an impact assessment report must be done about this. The committee must specifically tell us, like the law requires, that there is no water catchment in this area. There are no endangered species. The only endangered species, Mr. Speaker, in that forest are the thieves who were dismembering vehicles, who were stealing and were using the forest as a hideout. That is the only endangered species. Otherwise, there is no endangered species in that area. That area has been habited by people of Kiambu, and they need now that it is degazetted so that they can get their title deeds, so that they can settle down in their property without any fear that tomorrow they'll get the forest guards coming to chase them away, because this has been rightfully given to them, and all they need is this to be officiated and to be formally degazetted from being a forest to being where they settle. Mr. Speaker, I support your recommendations.
Well, I hope if thieves are the only species to be endangered, I think it is better for the country and the environment. The member for Funyula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, I also had my own reservation about the motion and the report that was brought here due to procedural and land management issues, but at least your recommendations or your guidance will enable the committee or the relevant persons to do a little more due diligence, follow the process, and get to know all the laws. as relates and the procedures are relates to alienation of public land, forest land to private use. But I must mention from the start that any title acquired fraudulently cannot stand the test of time, however long it is, and even the so-called adverse possession cannot hold in respect of public land. So in this matter, it is important that our honorable colleague really addresses and advises his people properly, because in this country, we have dwindling forest cover. Any chance that we have to protect the forest cover must be seized and guarded jealously. But Speaker, as I make my brief comment, it brings this on to question that probably the level of our clerk that deal with these kind of sensitive matters, we need, as we have always said, adequate efforts need to be done on capacity building so that we don't find ourselves in such an, not to use a parliamentary word, embarrassing, but such an unfortunate situation that we have retract what we have almost more or less completed. Thank you.
Member for Nakuru Town East.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to seek direction, not on what has just been said, but maybe to seek your direction on a matter that was before the House yesterday regarding consideration of the agreement between the government of Kenya and the government of Italy on this Louis Blogo Malindi Space Center. Honorable Speaker, I arise under our Treaty Making and Ratification Act of 2012. It does give on how we should go about in terms of how do we look at an agreement and what is the role of Parliament. But it talks about reservations, that you can only send your you can only, the Parliament can only give reservation, but now at what point is it the reservation to be considered in the agreement? Because the agreement, as it is now, will lapse for 15 years. Now, do we wait for 15 years for us to be able now? Maybe you can give us some direction, Honorable Speaker, on matters particularly to do with this aspect of, we were discussing it somewhere in the morning, but we kind of didn't get a clear, so we are seeking for your direction so that we can be able to, as Parliament, we can be able, because I don't want to say that those are my views, that the agreements are very, they disadvantage the Kenya government holistically in terms of who calls the shot, the CEO, who is appointed by Italian government, our deputy is also restricted. So I don't want to debate, but maybe you can give us direction on how this reservation, at what point should they be considered? Is it before the agreement is done? Is it maybe after the 15 years or the lapse? So maybe I'll be seeking for your direction on this particular very important aspect of a very important institution in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, on the intervention section, I see the member for Muhaya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wanted to actually support and congratulate the guidance you have given to the House, especially on the laws that concerns land that was about to be put to question. Honorable Speaker, I was here yesterday partly, and I saw the way we were discussing, members were discussing this question. And I noticed that there is real lot of research, because a lot of land issues, apart from being emotive, are composite in nature. One leads to the other. And I heard honorable members talk about it like, once you occupied land and that land, you have been there, but you do not have title deeds, then you can just be moved. The land question concerns so many issues, like issues of who occupied land first. There are issues that also concern how long people have been living there. There are some that even go to the times of the colonial rule, when we had the land ordinances and so on and so forth, and settlement of squatters. And when we are dealing with them, we have to be very concerned and actually comb every area of law, so that by the time we make a resolution as Parliament, our resolution does not go in vain. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, This is then just a call of wake up by you to the House and the committees, and especially the chairman and the clerks, that Parliament is really on focus currently, and every Kenyan is watching what we are doing. And therefore, we need to do everything in such a way that is extremely concrete so that it cannot be doubted at any given time. And therefore, I congratulate that ruling. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Lunga Lunga, Vice Chair, Lands Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we stand guided, and also by the fact that land issues are emotive, Mr. Speaker. We as a committee, we know we have, it was an oversight, but otherwise this is an issue that has really taken our time, and we have a lot on our table. So we plead to the House at least to understand that it is not easy to come up with a recommendation. And Mr. Speaker, forest conservation and management, the gazettement of the forest is one unique. This is the first case that we are recommending the gazettement, and we will make sure the coming ones, Mr. Speaker, we go through the laws properly. And Mr. Speaker, just for some clarification, I was going through the sub-clause. The Cabinet Secretary shall, within 30 days of the petition being committed to the relevant committee, submit a recommendation on whether the petition should be approved subject to the petition 1A, the petition being subjected to an independent environmental impact assessment report. Mr. Speaker, we just wanted some clarification. Who is going to undertake this environmental impact report? Is it at the committee level or at the ministry level? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have a national body that does that, and I think it should not be problematic. The Cabinet Secretary should be the one to initiate the move. It will be difficult for the committee to be the one to, that should be the work of the Cabinet Secretary. And I think there was, looking through the process which has been followed, I think there was either failure or neglect to communicate this particular petition to the Cabinet Secretary responsible. And therefore, I'm not saying that the committee did not follow the law. It is just that there appears to have been an administrative or procedural failure to make that, to undertake that requirement of Section 34. So it's not the committee that's supposed to do that, it's the Cabinet Secretary, because Cabinet Secretary, in making his or her recommendation, would be indicating that the environmental impact assessment examination, or whatever it is called, has refilled ABC, and therefore approving or disapproving. So it's really the Cabinet Secretary. Are we on the same topic? But I just wanted to respond to one, but before I do that, allow me to, honour members, to recognize also the presence of students from the following institutions in the public gallery. Students from Bukuria Schools, Kuria West constituency, Migori County. Those from St. Vincent de Paul, Igembe Central constituency, Meru County. They too are welcome to observe the proceedings. But maybe I will allow the member for Summit to say what he has to say before because this other one is a different issue.
Chair, I really wish to thank you for the advice you have given on this matter. When we discussed this matter on land, it was clear that there were a lot of omissions. And I think, taking from what the honorable member just said earlier, there were cases in this that it was clear that some officer actually broke the law. As you have said, the land was a forest law, the forest land, the forest laws had been not abided by, and the registrar, an officer, actually then gave title deeds. And I think maybe clerks from now going on can advise us that when a committee is going through a process and it is clear that even what the petition carried did not ask for action to be taken on illegal matters that are found therein, that this should be drawn out and actually taken. I think the works of the committees will therefore be a lot more fruitful. I just wanted to thank you for the advice that you gave to us.
Thank you, Honorable Nyikal. No, honorable members, I think I wanted to get some clarification from the member for Nakuru Town East. Did you talk about an agreement or treaty? Or
Well, the motion that was before the House was an agreement. That is what it was consideration of the agreement. So it must be an agreement between the Kenyan government and the Italian government. It's not a treaty. But now I don't know whether it falls now under the Treaty Making and Ratification Act. I needed your guidance, Honorable Speaker.
What the report did what?
Pardon?
The report talked about an agreement.
Yes, talks about the agreement. That is what was indicated. Actually, I'm reading from the one that I have on my. It is called Consideration of the Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Government of the Italian Republic on the Luigi Borugio Malindi Space Center. That is what I have.
You're asking what are you asking about it?
What we were seeking is like it is before Parliament for discussion. Now the question is the Parliament in agreement, or can we amend as Parliament that agreement and give in our input? Because the part of what was like, let's talk about, for example, Kenya is supposed to be paid 25 million shillings a year. That is what is the agreement. For an institution that is making, say, around 2 billion. I had an opportunity of visiting when I was its vice chair of implementation committee in the 11th Parliament, and when we visited that, the data that we were given then were making almost over 1 billion shillings. Is it worth to receive only 25 million for an institution that is earning over 1 billion by selling data to various other countries from this? Or can we increase from the 25 billion to, and if indeed, if we have, can Parliament make amendment on that agreement? Or do we just either reject it or approve it as it is? That's my question.
But the matter is not before the House.
It was yesterday, but today I thought it was in the order paper, but it's not there today.
It is not. It's not on the order paper today.
Yeah, it's not on the order paper today, but it was yesterday, and I remember I did contribute to it, Mr. Speaker.
I think my direct answer to that would be, you look at the treaty and ratification law, so that you appreciate what ratification means in the process of ratification, because the House is not involved in the process of making the treaty. But if the House has to ratify, then it means that the House is not just a rubber stamp. The House cannot be just a rubber stamp. And I think this is more particularly important because that particular aspect forms part of Article 2 of the Constitution, dealing with the supremacy of the Constitution, and specifically Clause 6, which says that any treaty or convention ratified by Kenya shall form part of the law of Kenya under this Constitution. But ratification is by this House, even as much as maybe others may feel that they should be involved. But for now, this is a function of this House. So, in ratifying, is the House expected to just rubber stamp? I don't think whether that is conceivable of any parliament or House of Parliament worth the salt. And therefore, because once you ratify, it becomes part of the law of Kenya. and it is important. In fact, even those who are going around talking about doing something about this constitution, they should look at some of these things, because clause 5 thereof says that the general rules of international law shall form part of the law of Kenya. General rules. General rules. You know, it is emphasis, general. I mean, you say that general rules of international law shall form part of the law of Kenya. And it is put in the article dealing with the supremacy of the Constitution. I think there's a lot that needs to be dealt with. But I think once the report is back on the floor of the House, perhaps Honorable Vicaria, you can, as a legislator, and I always encourage members to, the role of making law or even unmaking it has been invested in you. Please don't go to tell other people to help you and make law, including going to tell others, I don't like this law, and you are in parliament, and you are the one who has been told you can make or unmake. So when you go out there in the streets to go and to seek help from somebody to unmake a law, and you have the power, you are surrendering your role. You should not be, maybe you should resign from being a member of a legislative house. But perhaps that is a subject for another day, when you deal with what exactly it means to enact and what it means as opposed to participating in lawmaking. Maybe that's debate for another day. Those of you that I think have been following that debate will appreciate that the National Assembly enacts laws, enacts legislation. Yeah, so perhaps maybe those who only are participants could go to seek assistance, but those of you who enact, remember you can even propose to repeal our Act of Parliament or delete any clauses or repeal. So there's no need for you to walk to some other place to go and seek assistance. You already have the power. Just make the proposition and convince your colleagues. Don't go to convince other people, even whatever the arm of government you may be seeking solace from. But Honorable Gikaria, that will be addressed, I think, when the business is brought back to the floor of the House. And you are at liberty to propose any changes that you think are desirable in your view, and then hope to convince and persuade your colleagues. Honorable Jude Jomo, you still want to say something on this one? I thought we had...
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to support what Honorable Gikaria is saying about ratifying of treaties. Because in this particular one, it was like we have only two options, either accept it or reject it. We have no legal situation where we can do any adjustment to the treaty. Yet, today, most of the business that the government does relies on treaties that they sign with other countries. We know that when the colonialists came to the country, they signed with chips, they signed treaties that affected our country until we had to go and fight. Now, these are treaties we are signing. We are giving opportunities to other countries to make billions of shillings from our country, and we sit back and say that we do not have the capacity to run. These kind of treaties should be subjected to competitive bidding like any other business in the country. We do not want to have the Italians come here, they do business for decades, our country is not making any money, then we are told we don't have the capacity. Let us subject this treaty, let us subject this business to competitive bidding like any other business. Then we will get the best bidder and get the best benefit for our country and for our people, because that is how business is done in other sections of the world. Why should we do it differently? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I think that again is that should be when the motion is on the floor. But I also think it is not right for any member of the House to argue that there is nothing they can do. Yet you say you are either required to reject or approve. So if you are not happy with it, you know what to do. And so you actually have the answers on your, in fact, on your fingertips, Honorable Jude Jomo. Leader Majority.
Mr. Speaker, I think the matter raised by Honorable Gikaria is important for the future. We need to amend the treaty-making act. But, as you well said it, now you have an option. Yes, you either approve or you reject. But I agree, with the members that it's a bit frustrated. So it will be better if we can amend the treaty. And Mr. Speaker, members don't know. This thing was called San Marco. This thing was called San Marco in the 10th Parliament and 11th Parliament. So the chair of defense has given it another Italian name. And I don't know how the name changed. So people were waiting for San Marco, but it came with another name, and I'm sure right now, because it's not in the order paper, when it comes in the order paper, we will. But Mr. Speaker, as you have said, we will debate it, and we want value for money. In fact, it should be 50-50% between us and our partners. There is no way you give us 25 million and you are getting 30 billion.
You see, the member who is shouting in our place has already pressed the intervention button, and therefore I can see. The Honorable Odhiambo Akoth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the reason I'm projecting my voice is because I'm dressed like a priest, so you might think I'm Bishop somebody. But having said so, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to add my voice to this. Mr. Speaker, I was the one who moved the Treaty Making and Ratification Act. And I'm listening to the members. And Mr. Speaker, I think perhaps what we might need to amend is our memory or our knowledge. Because the reason I brought the Treaty Making and Ratification Act is when the Constitution was being passed, the church opposed it based on the fact that they were saying that we will be ratifying treaties without the parliamentary stamp or approval or stamp of approval. So Parliament actually plays a very significant role in treaty making. There is no treaty before it passes the Parliament of Kenya. So we can't talk of a treaty until it passes the Parliament of Kenya, according to the Treaty Making and Ratification Act. Mr. Speaker, when it comes here, you have the option to either accept, reject, or accept with the reservations. That therefore means that the relevant ministry, when it goes back to it, will deal according to how Parliament has passed. And if they go against it, it is unlawful if you go back to Article 2.6 of the Constitution. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the challenge we have in Parliament, sometimes I'm shocked, that we are passing so many treaties of grave importance to the country, but most times there are no people in the House. And we are the ones who complained that there are treaties that will be passed in the House without the stamp of approval of Parliament. So I think what it requires of us is to be vigilant as a House. We have a greater role. There are two things that we now have a greater role with the Constitution of 2010, which we didn't have: budgetary process and the treaty making and ratification. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And I hope that Honorable Millie, now you have assumed another name, Akoth. I hope when the report is back on the order paper, you should be available to offer your insights. Because until ratified, it remains some wish list in the minds of the parties that may have come together, brought their minds together in that endeavor. But I hope that, honorable members, you appreciate that it is important to pay attention to what it is that you are passing, because I am also aware that a lot of times I still as you see on or observe members during weekends, sometimes telling their constituents what laws and they have passed. And then, because even when I'm not on the chair, I'm always in my office. I watch around to see how many are present. But a lot of those ones who go out there saying that they have passed this, they are never around. So, but you see, it's collective responsibility. So you are still right in saying that we have done this. But once you say that, please don't come back and complain, because you know you did it, your colleagues did it. It's only that perhaps you are not present to give your particular input. I think it's important that when you debate that report, you give it all your best. The report was removed from the order paper for some further consultations, which were requested by those responsible. Member for Mandera North.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I think mine was just an intervention on the advisory that Honorable Odiaba has just given, whereby it's just about reject, approve, or with reservations. But I just wanted to remind my colleague, Honorable Kikaria, that if we also reject, remember it will go back to the one that was signed and agreed in 1995, where we have almost zero benefit. So we must be cognizant of the fact that if you reject, remember it goes back to 1995, where we have almost zero benefit. So we can do with reservations, because we looked at it as a committee and really act. What do we have in 1995 and now? You compare the two, it is something that has actually been made beneficial to our country. However, with reservations is important, but you reject, remember we are going to lose more. Thank you.
Well, of course, that is not to say that whatever it was that was there was to operate in perpetuity. Parliament still has the power to even call for it, bring it here, and have it repealed. So it may well be that that was not very good or was worse than this one, but that doesn't mean that that's a reason for Kenya to get a bad deal. We should at all times aim to give the country the best deal that is available out there. Member for Arieta, you want to weigh in?
Mr. Speaker, I was restraining myself on commenting on this matter, given your observations that we will comment substantively when it comes. But the remarks by the honorable member of the committee bear some comment, because perhaps when we come to debate, we will then understand. But it is not my understanding in law that any agreement that is superseded can be reinstated by a subsequent rejection. I doubt that very much. But I think we will debate that when it comes to it.
Absolutely. I really want to encourage that as many of you and should actually look at that report. That's part of the reason why it was called for withdrawal from the order paper, so that as many of you as possible have an opportunity to go through it with a tooth comb, so that you give the country the very best that you are able to. But that's not to say that whatever, but anyway, those are the observations that the Honorable Otiende Amolo has made will become, I'm sure you'll be able to make further elucidation during the debates on the motion. But please, I would request that as many of you as possible do get copies of that report and, go through it. It was just noticed that members just came from recess, and it was an important report, and it appeared that not many members, as you arrived from the villages, were reading the report. So you have the opportunity now to go through the report and make what you may of it when it is next on the order paper. And particularly the Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Let me refer you by the name that I find easy to refer you by, not the other one. Member for Suba North, is it? Yes, Suba North, yes. Very well, we'll go to the next order.
Order number 9, motion. Report on a meeting to promote and popularize the ratification of the protocol on the free movement of persons and its implementation roadmap. Question to be put.
Honourable members, debate on this report by the same committee was concluded, and I am satisfied that I can put the question, which is that this House notes the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations on a meeting with the member states and secretaries of the Economic Community of West African States and the East African Community to promote and popularize the ratification of the protocol on the free movement of persons and its implementation roadmap laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, November 21st, 2018. Will as many as that opinion say aye? As many of the contrary opinion say no? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 10, motion. Report on an inquiry into land acquisition by the Kenya Defense Forces for establishment of a forward operating base, FOB, in Narok County.
Honorable Chair of the Committee, Honorable Katola Metito.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I rise to move this motion that this House adopt the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense and Thank you. I beg to move that this House adopt the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations on the inquiry into land acquisition by the Kenya Defense Forces for establishment of forward operating base in Narok County, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, April 2nd, 2019. Mr. Speaker, the committee, pursuant to Standing Order 216, subclause 5, resolved to conduct an inquiry into the military land acquisition for establishment of the forward operating base in Narok County. And our terms of reference were as follows. 1, we were to establish the location, the size, and the use of land. 2, we were to establish the amount of money set aside for the project and the budgetary allocation for the project. 3, we were to find out whether or not an environmental impact assessment has been carried out and the details of the report on the exercise. 4, we were to establish whether or not there was any agreement entered with any individual or individuals or firms regarding the purchase of the land. And 5, to report to the House on the committee's observation, findings, and recommendations for consideration and adoption, which we did. As I've said, we tabled the report on 2nd of April this year. And Mr. Speaker, the committee also took several activities, including requesting for written submissions and analysis on the various aspects. We also conducted meetings and with various stakeholders and received oral submissions, among others. And Mr. Speaker, let me just appraise the House a little bit on what is this forward operating base all about, because it is Kenya Air Force modernization program, part of it, and it is started in the financial year of 2013-2014, and this program entails the deployment of modernized radars. I'm going, Mr. Speaker, to attempt to talk the military way, but that is an attempt because I don't have that background. I know there are colleagues here really well versed with the issue of modernization and radars. But Mr. Speaker, these radars are to be deployed in airspace in several locations. New locations that have been identified by the Kenya Defense Forces include Mariakani, Narok, and Lodwar. Those are for new installations. And these are meant for effective monitoring and of our airspace, and also to react to airspace threats. And as KDF has always continued to set bases for the air defense, they call them, and that's why I'm saying I'm going to talk a lot about military. They have what they call air defense regiment, which are in various strategic locations within the country. And Mr. Speaker, this air defense, it is actually a measure taken to deny an enemy the use of airspace. And this use of air defense is done in a layered system, which is a modern way of air defense that significantly increases the possibility of losses to the enemy. And the so-called layered air defense system usually consists of 3 tiers. That is, they have what they call the wide area defense, the area defense, and the point defense. And Mr. Speaker,
there's a point of order from the member for Tongaren.
Oh, that's our next part.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to have to interrupt my good friend, but is it in order for him to enumerate quite a number of things which he himself has said he doesn't have a military background, so he might not know how far he can go in the technological revelations that he's making in the House. I think, Mr. Speaker, it would be wise for him to skip some of the technological things that is revealing. I think it's important for our own security, Mr. Speaker.
Well, the report, I think the report is been published, and therefore, I suppose there's nothing secret about it.
Yes, and
I know, of course, the Honorable retired Major Dr. Eseli Simiu may have felt a little uncomfortable. I hope, I can see the Honorable Ali Raso is also on the other side, and maybe a few others. But maybe they can consult and maybe tell you how far you could go. But if what you are saying is already in the report, then there is really nothing that you should not say.
Exactly, and Mr. Speaker, I started by saying I'm going to attempt to talk like a military person. I know my good friend, Dr. Eseli, he has the military background. And you see, Mr. Speaker, when you meet good friends like Dr. Eseli, they give very minimal information in the name of, for security reasons. So, Mr. Speaker, and this is also what I encountered when I was trying to interrogate the military. Very minimal information comes out in the name of security reasons. But, Mr. Speaker, because of our constitution that requires that we do public participations, we were able to get some information, and that is the far I will go. I will not go beyond what is in the report. I'm also next to a major who is also from that background and a member of my committee. And Colonel Raso will actually second this motion. So maybe you can see, they don't want us to say more about it. But Mr. Speaker, as I was explaining that for security reasons, I may not say much, but I will say what is in the report because it's already public. That these radars, they are meant to minimize space threats. And I said our Kenya Air Force have really strategically put some in some locations in the country. But Mr. Speaker, I think what my good friend did not want me to say is about the ADs, which are the air defense systems. I will not go into the details, the issue of the wide area defense, the area defense and the point defense. But these are very important because these are the things we were actually taking as parameters with respect to the budget, how much it is going to cost to do this program. But let me say that area defense, Mr. Speaker, always covers short distances or points, or they call them sites, and they protect the vital areas and vital points. Mr. Speaker, I'm actually distracted. I'm jumping so many things, but they are in the report. I want to say that Narok County has been identified as an ideal location to put up one of these bases for several reasons. And the other facilities, such as those in Wajir and Mariakani, really are going to be a good boost for our country's airspace security. And before this was done, Mr. Speaker, a team of senior officers composed of representatives from the Defense Headquarters, the Kenya Air Force, they visited Narok. That was in 2017, November 22nd. And the purpose of the visit was to engage the Narok County government officials with a view of having the county government allocate land to the Kenya Defense Forces to be used for this, or to build this Kenya Air Force forward operating base. And Mr. Speaker, during that visit, the team held several meetings. They discussed the possible areas where the land could be acquired, taking into consideration the issue of the terrain, accessibility, radar specification requirements, the runway equipment requirements, because they wanted a runway of about 1.5 kilometers, which will accommodate a Dash 8 aircraft, which is normally used by the Air Force, and the average air carriage, which was required, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, after meeting the Narok County government officials, which was led by the governor, the Honorable Samuel Kuntai Tunai, the ministry was informed that land in the county is privately owned, and this would therefore force the Ministry of Defense to acquire the land from private owners, who will be the issue of the willing seller, willing buyer, or sometimes, as is in the law, by compulsory acquisition. But there was no public land owned by the Narok County government which could be offered to the Ministry of Defense, especially taking into consideration the specification that have been given. Maybe the area they found is suitable was privately owned. And in order to select that most optimal and ideal location, ground reke, these are some of the, was of the essence. Maybe I will be forgiven, but reke is another military observation, and actually it means locating an area or for certain strategic, looking for an area that has got certain strategic features that will actually suit the purpose. Of course, they like using the name to locate the enemy. Those of us who don't come from that background don't like to use the word the enemy. But that is the meaning. And actually, it is the short word for what they call, what is always called reconnaissance. That's they call reke. We cannot just say it is a familiarization tour from the layman point of view. But Mr. Speaker, between 27th and 29th of December 2017, a team of senior officers, and which composed representatives from the headquarters of the ministry, Kenya Army, Kenya Air Force, they visited Narok again, and they took that reconnaissance or reke exercise to establish the most suitable locating area to locate the radar site, and also a military camp. And this is the time, Mr. Speaker, they resolved that the land to be acquired should be about 5,000 acres. That's the land they wanted, 5,000 acres, which will accommodate they call it what, the squadron of the air base, the regiment, and the runway, as I've said, 1.5 kilometers long, which could be used for a fixed-wing aircraft, which is, of course, the Dash 8. That is what they have. And other facilities critical to the FOB, the Forward Operation Base. But, Mr. Speaker, the process of now selecting the suitable site was done in stages. There was a preliminary aerial recce, which was first conducted to identify the general area of interest. And from the aerial view, or recce, the general area which was found to be suitable was around areas like Majimoto, that is in Narok County, Lemek, Ngorengore, and Ewasonyiro. They were identified that they were ideal for this purpose. But another thorough ground recce was undertaken by a team of officers, which is again composed of the headquarters, the Air Force, the Army, and the suitable site, which was now settled, is in Orkinyei, within the initial general area of interest, and it was selected as the most ideal for the intended purpose. Mr. Speaker, the ministry, that is the Ministry of Defense, requested the National Land Commission to facilitate the evaluation process to ensure that the proper value of land was determined. I really don't know whether, you know, National Land Commission have been facing several accusations of valuing land. And they were asked to, that is their work, do the evaluation and furnish the ministry with the evaluation report and the general area of interest for purpose of planning. That was done, and it has been determined that the total size of land adequate for the Kenya Air Force, FOB, the radar site, the military camp, and the training area, which was, I said, was about 5,000 acres. But this is to be acquired in phases due to inadequacy of funds. And Mr. Speaker, the land to be used in phase 1 is going to be 570 acres, which was for immediate use, immediate radar use. It's actually the first phase of acquiring the 5,000 acres. First phase was settled to be 570 acres. Okay, later on I will explain, because that acreage went up to 876, but it is because the parcel was owned by the individual, and the whole parcel was 876. But for the ministry, 570 was okay for phase 1. And Mr. Speaker, according to Kenya Air Force timelines, this modernization of radars and its accessories was to be installed by June 2018, which was June last year. However, it was not possible. And based on the Kenya Air Force initial requirement of 5,000 acres, raised on an elevated plot, and I want to read the plot numbers. CIS Mara stroke Lemek stroke 243, and its adjoining plots are to be acquired first, which was to become 570 acres. The remainder 4,430 acres can be acquired gradually, and this is very critical in our report, and in concurrence with the community that owns the land. The National Land Commission also gazetted the plots which may be affected during the initial acquisition. And the ministry, that's the Ministry of Defense, later on appointed a negotiating committee in accordance with the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act of 2015 to enter into negotiation with the Narok land issue. But, Mr. Speaker, currently, the ministry is in the process of acquiring, I said, 876 acres for the forward operating base. And this increase from 570 to 876 is due to the size of the individual parcel of land, which will be purchased as a whole. Because the owner of this parcel said you better sell all of it, 876, instead of 570, because you will not know what to do with the rest, now with the military being their neighbors. And Mr. Speaker, I also want to report that as we speak now, the Ministry of Defense has released the money for those affected. I think it's about 2 individuals. The money to the National Land Commission for them now to pay, and I'm informed they have paid it. And Mr. Speaker, the committee had observed the following. One, the size of the land required for the installation of the radar and setting up of the forward operating base in Narok is 876 acres, and the identified land is privately owned. 2, second observation, the initial budget set aside for phase 1 of the project in the financial year 2017-2018 was Kenya shillings 400 million, and a total of 175 million 175,866,730 will be utilized to compensate the project affected person, and the balance will be reallocated to the other modernization projects at the forward operating base. Number 3, in accordance with our terms of reference, we have established that an environmental social impact assessment was undertaken from 19th to 24th December 2018, and a certificate number NEMA/EIA/PSL/7320 was duly issued on 8th February 2019. The fourth observation is that in accordance with our terms of reference, we have established that the Ministry of Defense has not entered into agreement for the acquisition of the land for the forward operating base. And 4, the ownership to the neighboring parcels of land, that is the land that is neighboring the 878 acres. The land identified is in dispute in terms of ownership. The ownership of the land neighboring the 876 is in dispute. And therefore, and number 4, the setting up of the forward operating base and the installation of the radar is behind schedule, and this has been affected by the expiry of the term of office for National Land Commission. Mr. Speaker, in my conclusion, the recommendations of the committee are as follows. 1, the Ministry of Defense should carry out due diligence on the ownership of the proposed land to be acquired and expedite the compensation of the bona fide owner of the land as well as the project affected persons, which I'm told as for now, that one has been done. The money has been released by the Ministry of Defense to National Land Commission, and therefore the National Land Commission should have now paid or compensate the owners of the parcel of land. That is the owners of 876 acres. And the second recommendation is that in the event of future expansion of the forward operating base and other related projects, the Ministry of Defense should carry out due diligence to authenticate the ownership of the neighboring parcels of land whose ownership is currently disputed before acquisition. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, if the Ministry of Defense want to extend from the 876, which is privately owned, if they now want to extend the neighboring parcels of land that neighbors the privately owned one, the ownership is in dispute, is actually disputed as we speak. Therefore, there is need to carry due diligence not to put public funds in land whose ownership is disputed. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, with those observations and recommendation, the committee seeks the approval of the House that the Ministry of Defense be given an okay by this House to acquire that land and start setting up the forward operating base for the benefit and the interest of this country. I beg to move, and Mr. Speaker, with your permission, request the Honorable Dida Raso to second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Raso, now you can use all those terminologies.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I beg to second this report. And I really want to confirm to the House that there are no classified materials or whatever it is that is in this report that may be considered classified or a threat to our national security. Mr. Speaker, really the purpose of this report is to bring forth to the House the difficulties that public institutions like the military are facing today in acquiring land to protect this country. In visiting Narok, the committee was trying to evaluate the land that was identified by the military, its location, its suitability, the value for money, if the environmental impact assessment has been done, and if due diligence has been done by the military that it does not really affect the community that lives in Narok. Mr. Speaker, the terminologies that were used by the chairman of defense actually also are not classified because they can be found on the World Wide Web as things which are really very common. Mr. Speaker, the radars are located in this country in almost 5 or 6 places to provide coverage to the Kenyan airspace. And this particular one has been located in Narok to actually cover an existing radar gap that exists within our airspace to establish aircraft or aerial platforms that moves within our airspace. So for that reason, as the Committee of Defense, when seized of this matter, we were convinced that installing this particular radar station, an air defense regiment, and a runway, that in totality will form a forward operating base. Mr. Speaker, a forward operating base is a base that the military establishes to give it a forward horizon. As you operate, if your base is in Nairobi and you want to reach the shores of Lake Victoria, then your forward operating bases will be possibly in Nakuru, Kericho, or even Eldoret, for that matter. It gives you a forward edge so that the turnaround time for aircraft and aerial platforms that you use, including remotely piloted vehicles, to be able to turn around quickly. So, Mr. Speaker, in the Kenyan airspace management, although we are just looking at the military during this particular report, it also involves the use or coordination with the KCA, Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, because they must operate together to find that a forward operating base that is eventually located in Narok, does it interfere with the air traffic of the normal carriers that enter the Kenyan airspace? Or does it give us an opportunity to intercept a foreign aircraft that transgresses through our airspace? So for that reason, we have come away with this report to actually confirm to the House that it is necessary for the military to have this FOB in Narok. But the questions that arises are acquiring land for public use. One of the difficulties that the committee was seeing through this process is that this land belonged to individuals, where individual parcels are actually put together to come up with those 5,000 acres. Individual parcels are put together to be able to come up with a runway that measures 1.5 kilometers. And also, individual parcels are put together to come up with a location where you are going to put up an air defense regiment. So all this really is going to be a big challenge, because certain individuals might not be willing to sell their land, and yet their land fall within this area that has been identified by the military to be suitable. And during their reconnaissance, the military was fully aware that this area falls very close to the Masai Mara ecosystem that houses actually the major wildlife heritage for this country. And for that reason, the committee actually talked to defense if environmental impact assessment has been done. Because if that has not been done, then it might interfere with the free flow of wildlife in the Mara ecosystem. Mr. Speaker, finally, the report was to establish whether there was an agreement entered with individuals or farms that they were going to give out this land to the military. I think our constitution is very clear that in acquiring public land or land for public utility, then the National Land Commission, under Article 63 of our constitution, must play a major role in confirming, in verifying, and also in paying those who are affected through excision of these parcels of land. With those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to second.
Members, I propose a question, which is that this House adopts the reports of the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations on the inquiry into land acquisition by the Kenya Defense Forces for the establishment of foreign operating base, in brackets FOB, in Narok County, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, April 2nd, 2019. Is this a point of order, the Honorable Wanyonyi, okay. Or you place the intervention box, because the first person on the request is, yes, I think he has also some backgrounds. Member for Kimilili.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I want to say that I support this report. It's a very good report. Kenya, as a country, we need to secure our airspace. And the fact that we have had peaceful coexistence with our neighboring countries cannot mean that we do not want to observe our airspace, because we don't know when any misunderstanding can arise. And like what we say in the military, that it's better for us to be over-prepared than be under-prepared, Honorable Speaker. And I think this is very important. I had a few reservations which were cleared when I went through the committee's proceedings, because I thought maybe this is community land that could be acquired forcefully, or understanding the attachment that the Maa community has to the land. But I'm happy that the land was purchased from an individual. But the only problem, which I think this House we should do, maybe we should organize a seminar with the other state agencies, that I'm aware that the Kenya Defense Forces have already paid money for the purchase of land even before this House approves this report. So we will want maybe to bring to the attention that this House can either approve or reject, and going ahead to pay for the land, I think it's jumping the gun. But nonetheless, this is a good report. We need to protect our airspace. We need to monitor what is happening along the borderlines, Honorable Speaker. And this is not just in Narok alone. I will encourage them in future that they prioritize even setting up forward observation base in those sides of Pokot, so that they're going to be able to monitor the airspace between Kenya and the neighboring countries in the western part of this country, Honorable Speaker. It is a very good report. It's thorough, and I want to also to commend the chairman and his team for having gone to the site itself, the area itself, did thorough investigations, particularly to ensure that land which the Kenya Defense Forces will acquire for installation of this very important military installation is not being acted on a community land, but rather public land, Honorable Speaker. For these very few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I will want to urge this House to approve this report, that it is very, very important that this FOB be established, because it will come with the other benefits even to that particular area. That even includes ground security, because of the presence of armed military personnel, Honorable Speaker. For these very few remarks, I support.
Yes, the next one also, I think, has some military background by lineage. Member for Kadiani.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. And it is true that I grew up in a military home, so even those terms, even those military terms, I'm familiar with them. Mr. Speaker, the defense of any nation is critically important, and obviously is one of the things that we must all take very serious consideration of. And of course, our defense is on land, in water, and of course in the air. And looking at this report, Mr. Speaker, I can see that it is really a good strategy and a move by our Kenya Air Force to come up with these forward operating bases that basically will be able to help us to deal with our enemies in case of any external threat long before they get to us. Because from the report I can see that they mentioned 3 tiers where we have those long-range defense, and then medium, and even close quarters. Mr. Speaker, I just feel sometimes as we discuss these things, I ask myself, if my grandfather was still around, I'm sure he would be very shocked, because discussing issues to do with the military and even the location of bases, you know, including the names of the area, would be really quite shocking to him. But it is unfortunate because we've got to do this because unfortunately, if we allow any state corporation or any state organ to operate without a bit of involvement of parliament, we've seen the kind of scandals that we end up with. So I think it's unfortunate, but we have to move on because there's no other option. Speaker, the committee's observations is what I would like to deal with because they've made serious observations. And the first observation is that the size of the land required for the installation of this forward operating base is 878 acres, and the identified land is privately owned. Speaker, still this report, unfortunately I've read it keenly, and it says the requirement, minimum requirement for this base to be properly operational is 5,000 acres. And Speaker, we are now talking about 878 acres. We are even talking about what is already been discussed and negotiated, which is about 500 and something acres. And I ask myself, so what happens after you make the acquisition of these, and there is another so many, over 4,000 acres required? Now, I think, Mr. Speaker, in this report you see, there's already individuals, and one has been named here, I think they've called him Mr. John Wambogo, who's already in the process of acquiring land from his neighbors. And obviously that means that this is a person speculating to purchase the land because it's easy for them to buy land, and then later on probably sell it to the military at a premium. Because, Mr. Speaker, these are the kind of things that we need to deal with. How I wish the military would negotiate from the beginning for the 5,000 acres so that there are no middlemen that will come to interfere with their requirements going into the future. Mr. Speaker, the issue of the budget that has been set aside, the 400 million that was set aside, apparently when you look at it, you see already the military made a move, put aside some money. But then what happened is that this money was eventually used on other modernization programs, other than the acquisition of land, which was very critical. So that means that now they will require more money in the future to acquire more land. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the issue of working on the valuation of this land by NLC is critical and has to be fast-tracked. That's one of the recommendations that this committee should have put, that we fast-track the valuation, fast-track the negotiations, so that we can go into an agreement and then now organize for the payments going into the future. The third observation that the committee made was the issue of the environmental social impact assessment. And Mr. Speaker, it's interesting because according to the committee, they are saying that this was undertaken and a certificate was issued. But then Mr. David Ongare, who is also reported in this report from NEMA, said that there was no environmental impact assessment that was done. So I'm wondering to myself, the military has a certificate, but an officer from the same body says that there was no proper evaluation done. So I don't know whether who is saying the truth. I don't know whether the military has the ability to do their own social impact assessment or whether NEMA is the body that is mandated to do that. It's something that needs to come out clearly. And Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this because even in this report on the second point, when they talk about, when the committee talks about the initial budget that was set aside of 400 million and a total of 175 million will be utilized to compensate the project affected persons, and the balance will be reallocated to other modernizations projects at the FOB. Then they ask, is this factual? The committee observation is also asking a question. I'm asking myself, who is being asked this question? So as we pass this report, the has come from the committee. It is here. So who is being asked? Is it us as parliamentarians, or is it the government that should have been asked? So that they give us the answer. When they say, is this factual? Who's supposed to figure out whether it is factual or not? So as I'm contributing to a report, I have not had the ability to meet the people that that the committee met. But now here I'm accepting a report saying, is this factual? Is this information factual? I wish the committee would have told us whether it is. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Defense has so far, according to this report, not entered into any agreement for the acquisition of the land for the FOB. So if they have not gone into any agreement, then what is going on? Why haven't they gone into an agreement? What are the reasons? What is stopping them from doing that? I wish those answers were put here for us to be able to deal with them, because I think it's important when we talk about this, you must remember that we've had issues where, and you know land issues are very sensitive. You had situations where the NLC, in fact, almost all the leadership had to leave office. And here we are talking about, Mr. Speaker, they've ended up in court because of scandals involving land. SGR had issues, the Ruaraka school issues, and it's important that when we deal with these issues, we deal with them up to the end. Mr. Speaker, there is also the fifth point, on the committee observations, is that the ownership of the parcels of land neighboring the 878-acre parcel of land already identified by the Kenya Defence Forces is in dispute. So already that means that even as we are considering expanding from the 878 to the 5,000, there's already dispute. When are these disputes going to be sorted out? What are the disputes? I wish that information was provided to us. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I am noticing that on their 6th point, they are saying that the setting up of the forward operating base and the installation of the radar is behind schedule. On page 27 of this report, Mr. Speaker, it says that the modernized radar was acquired and delivered in December 2018. So why was this purchased and delivered if the place where it is going to be installed is not even ready? Now, these are the questions that sometimes Kenyans are asking. Why would you go, jumping the gun? Why would you go and buy the equipment and you don't have a place for it? The land comes first. Once we have the land, then we can spend money to acquire the equipment. So I think this is now the kind of things that Kenyans are looking at, and that's why actually these things end up in this house. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, their recommendations are adequate. They have recommended that we have to carry out due diligence on the ownership of the land to hasten, of course, the compensation of the owners and the project-affected persons, and then, of course, authenticate ownership for any future expansion. Mr. Speaker, I feel that this report has a lot of questions that are still not answered, but because the committee is in the right direction, I wish to say that I support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Funyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First of all, I must join my colleague, Honorable Mbui, to state that it's unprecedented because we have been brought up, have no
Sorry,
military...
Honorable Ondo, let me just interrupt you for 30 seconds to recognize the presence in the public gallery of pupils from Xaverian Primary School, Kisumu Central Constituency, Kisumu County. Welcome to the National Assembly. Proceed, Honorable Ondo.
We must commend the committee, and we must also commend the Kenya Defence Forces for accepting to open up for scrutiny in the acquisition and utilization of public resources. Mr. Speaker, sir, I've had a chance to peruse through the report, and I must say the committee has made a reasonable attempt to really bring into fore the issues at hand. But there are a few issues that needs to be brought to the attention of the committee, so that as they retreat to reconsider, even if as we approve the report, probably when it comes to implementation, there are features that needs to come out very clear. Number one, Mr. Speaker, sir, looking and listening through the report, it's as if the maximum or the ideal size of the land to be acquired was 5,000 acres. That was the ideal amount of land to be acquired to ensure that whatever is supposed to be done is effective, efficient, and serves the purpose for which it was intended. Mr. Speaker, sir, the only danger and fear I have, and this time will come to tell, that acquiring in phases will essentially end up inflating the cost of acquisition of the land. There is a basic principle about the factors determining value, that once there's an economic stimulus, there is something around that particular area, the value of land, the asking price, generally tend to increase substantially. The rate at which it will increase is dependent upon how the community receives the facility and how the facility contributes to the economic well-being of the neighborhood. My fear that we have another scandal in the making, we have another case of inflated cost of land acquisition
that could even be much, much higher than actually the cost or the capital cost of the capital projects. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would want to urge the committee to seriously go back to the drawing board and generally tell the Ministry of Defense that in fairness and in good order, and in order to fully utilize and effectively absorb funds, public resources, they could probably even face the development of the project with land acquisition being the first aspect, and the rest of the issues can come much later, because what we'll end up with, either the project will be scaled down and will not serve the purpose it was supposed to, or the cost of acquiring land might even more than 100 times what could have been acquired at this particular moment. The second issue at hand, Mr. Speaker, sir, and which seems to be a glaring omission, and looking through the report and even looking at the conclusion, there seems to have been no environmental impact assessment. Looking through the submission by NEMA, nothing seems to have been submitted. And considering, Mr. Speaker, sir, we are generally putting up such a facility in a highly fragile ecosystem, there is danger, there is fear that without an approved or an accepted EIE, we are going to end up damaging the lifestyles or the livelihood of the people surrounding the particular facility. I would urge that the committee insists that the Department of Defense makes sure that we have an EIE approved. Mr. Speaker, sir, a project of this magnitude also requires another study, that is social impact assessment. And the social impact assessment, Mr. Speaker, sir, the emphasis was on the willingness to pay and willingness to accept. Those are technical terms expected to be undertaken in such analysis. Looking through this report, Mr. Speaker, sir, there isn't any reference to such kind of a study. We're going again to end up with a project, however well-intended it is, however important it is to the defense of this country, defranchising and generally affecting the people and the ecosystem around there tremendously. Mr. Speaker, sir, it probably is not too late. It is possible that the committee can sit down with the relevant staff at the Ministry of Defense to really review this matter in view of the comments of the members of this House. But generally, I come from where we were told never question anything from the defense, never question anything. I would approve and support the report, but I hope it is supported with reservation. I hope the reservations we have raised are going to be considered in this particular manner. We hope the Ministry of Defense is not going to use its thorax to bulldoze the communities and around there, beat them into submission to accept the project the way it is without proper safeguards having been put in place. With those few remarks, I support, but the stated reservations. Thank you.
I hope the members of the committee, well, I think the Vice Chair is present, you are taking the observations and reservations by the various contributors. The Honorable Professor Odur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this motion. On the onset, Mr. Speaker, I also want to commend the committee, particularly as we see that the report is thorough and enables us to have a clear indication of the key stakeholders that they were able to engage with, given the objectives that were spelled out. And these would be the CS for Defense, the Chair, National Land Commission, the Ministry of Land, the National Environment Management Authority, NEMA, and I see, Mr. Speaker, that they also did get to speak to a member of parliament. Mr. Speaker, as I look at the critical and really strong foundation of the committee in terms of their engagement, I would like, Mr. Speaker, to take note that the key issue when we talk about military work and the context in which we are seeking indeed to try and get this land is one of strategy. And Mr. Speaker, the observations that I would want to make, which would, in my view, be useful for the committee to take cognizance of, given indeed, Mr. Speaker, that in their recommendations, they are clearly indicating that there would need to be from the Ministry of Defense due diligence on ownership of proposed land so that it can expedite compensation, and two, due diligence to authenticate ownership and ensure, therefore, that this is done very well. My submission, Mr. Speaker, to the committee is that as we talk about strategy, we are indeed looking at a context where we would want to be looking at the national interest, the interest of the public, and how it is that the manner in which we undertake to get this information and indeed even pull it together to share it would be one that is informed of the need to put the national interest and to put the security of the country, and therefore the work that the Kenya Defense Forces would be undertaking into account. Mr. Speaker, looking at the information that we get from the report, it is clear that the manner in which this was done is a bit untidy. Indeed, specifically, when we look at the report, I can indicate that the National Land Commission advised the Ministry of Defense to avail documents to facilitate compulsory acquisition, and they did this in accordance with Section 107 of the Land Act 2012. Mr. Speaker, in the report, we still see that at this very time, as we talk about this matter, the Ministry of Defense is still in the process of complying. Mr. Speaker, when we also look at the issue of the significance of ensuring that if we are going to get land which is personally owned, and knowing the pattern that we have in Kenya, not only of how land issues are emotive, but that we do have, unfortunately, this behavior where we tend to strategize at personal interest, so that if the land is going to be acquired by government, then we do get a lot more amount out of that. It is also therefore not very strategic or prudent that we still find that the proposal is that we acquire land in phases, and indeed what this really means is that we are alerting many more people, not only of what would be information that should not have been discussed at such length in the public, but more or less setting them up so that they would know how they can come to get a little more for their own personal interest at the expense of what would be a public interest of the government. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, as I support this motion, I do so with a bit of concern in the manner in which we, as we perform our duty in the National Assembly, are seeking through the committees to be strategic and to also then come up with ways by which we can not only get information but hold those officers, especially the ministries, accountable so that they do not, in terms of how they carry out their duties, seek to get into context where we'll not only be spending a lot more of the public resources, but where, as a matter of fact, we are going to be setting up room for kinds of disputes to be between individuals and a very, very significant body like the Ministry of Defense. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I would want, as I conclude, to draw attention indeed to what in the report we are clearly seeing, and I want to thank and commend the Member of Parliament, because when I look at the report, the untidiness, Mr. Speaker, that I'm talking about, which in my view is not strategic, which in my view should not really have been the kind of information that we are allowing individuals or perhaps personal interest or opportunity to put personal interest before national interest, comes through very clearly in the report. The Member of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, indicates very clearly that in 1997 the land was gazetted as the most ideal spot. I think that is useful. We don't need to go into too much detail of how it was ideal, because we know we are dealing with issues of security. But Mr. Speaker, the Member of Parliament in the report says that the area was subdivided. It was clear, even at the time that we are looking at this, that it was subdivided, and that the land, in terms of the way that it was subdivided, was done in a context where there was still border anonymity. Mr. Speaker, if we are dealing with the government agencies and we are dealing with Ministry of Land, and we are talking about a land where we want land that we want to use, but we proceed and know that the land seems to have some challenges with regards to anonymity of borders, but we still go ahead. And then, Mr. Speaker, in the report, we clearly see that there was a parcel of land that was left undivided intentionally, and that this was left intentionally by the group leaders. There were group ranch leaders that intentionally left this parcel of land undivided, and that this is the area that was then later subdivided to be sold to the individuals. And Mr. Speaker, this is, from the report, the context from where we have individual petitions which have been sent to the Ministry of Land, and the report tells us that there's been no report to date. So as I support this report, this motion, Mr. Speaker, I do it with a heavy heart because, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank you because I got an opportunity over just the last, while we are on recess, to be part of a team of members of parliament that went to China. There are members of parliament that would seek, in terms of the work that they do, the body of the African Parliamentarians Against Corruption, where, Mr. Speaker, you are our president. One of the key learnings that I got as I sat in the kinds of sessions that we looked at was that there needs to be a very strong sense, not only of patriotism or interest in protecting our country, but that as a matter of fact, we need to do this with awareness of the context, of the kind of values, of the sort of characteristics and mannerisms that we do have, and very, very importantly, keeping a very close eye on the offices, especially of those who are in charge and how they discharge their duties. And Mr. Speaker, one of the key phases, very important summary that I got is that we would not want, in whatever we do, to leave room for people who might not want to do things in a procedural way, who might want to make some benefit, and who might want, while they are discharging official duties, to put personal interest or leave room for personal interest. We are told, Mr. Speaker, that we must be very careful as we look at tigers at the very, very top who might use their offices and might, as we can see sometimes in this case, indicate that there could be a certificate from NEMA when the same report says there might not be a certificate. We were told, Mr. Speaker, that you need to look at the SWAT. My understanding was that this is the middle level where we might be finding people such as ourselves or others, and that we would also look at the flies, which would be the very, very common person that might be at the one looking at this. So as I support this, Mr. Speaker, I would like to urge the committee that it would be very, very important that as those who exercise oversight, we come to a context that we put and challenge the ministries to ensure that they do everything that is within their power to protect the public and to protect, in particular, the defense forces. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Narok South.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to really say that the Honorable Mbui has really spoken as if he's a member of Narok County, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that indeed I've heard the chairperson of the committee moving the motion. And Madam Speaker, my concern are truly important concerns, Madam Speaker, because one, the environmental impact assessment, to me, I believe it was not done properly. And one of the reasons why I'm saying so, Madam Speaker, the land that the military has purchased, Madam Speaker, when you look at its proximity to the National Game Reserve, that was an issue that indeed the committee is supposed to have really taken into consideration, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, again, The land in question, again, Madam Speaker, is a land that is, we call it a migratory corridor. And in essence, it's going to affect a lot on as matter of, as far as the wildlife is concerned. Madam Speaker, of much concern is what the chair of the committee has actually put across. That having acquired 876 acres, and the military requires 5,000 acres, their concern is the neighboring land which is in dispute. Madam Speaker, this is an emotive issue in that particular area. A reason being the community believes that so much of that land was acquired fraudulently, and it is in dispute. And this is an issue that this committee is supposed to have really taken into consideration and go deeper and find out what the issue really is. And Madam Speaker, it is true that even as one of my colleagues has actually spoken, that even the social aspect, the social impact, the economic impact, they are supposed to have assessed properly. And the belief, the neighboring community believes that this was just a strategic way of taking the land from them. And Madam Speaker, it begs the question, because even in the report, there one person who was mentioned by my colleague, who is my very good friend, Mr. Mbogo, who owns almost 3,000 acres. Which one was easier for the military, to approach an individual or to go look for small parcels of land? So, Madam Speaker, to us, this particular report, in as much as it was tabled by the committee with those recommendations, Madam Speaker, to us, we have a lot of reservation on the same report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Member for Vihiga, Nabo Kivai Ongesi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this chance to support this motion. Madam Speaker, the justification for this project, I think, was well put out by the chairman of the committee. This is a matter that touches on national security. As we are talking, Madam Speaker, our airspace is covered to a maximum of 60%. And in fact, if you look at that particular cover, you find that geographically, the country is, some areas of the country, especially the southern corridor and the western corridor, are not well covered. So the justification for going to acquire this land in Narok was well thought out. Now, I had a chance to visit this particular site, and what we were shown was, in fact, a specific site where they wanted to mount the radar. I must say from the beginning is that the Ministry of Defense had so many projects for this Narok land, but the most important one and the first one was the installation of the radar. There was only one spot where they took us and said, this is where we want to install the radar. And this is where the land in question is. Now, the rest, the sequence of events have been well spelled out by the mover of this motion. I will just concentrate, Madam Speaker, on some of the issues the committee thought were very important. And this is what's coming out in the House today. This is to do with the community, the local community. What were the issues? One was interference with the Mara Game Reserve ecosystem, which has been pointed out here. The other issue was to do with the presence of the military in that area. Madam Speaker, I must tell you, it's quite a way out of the beaten track where this site is. And some people felt that the presence of the military in that area could have some negative effects. There were some complaints about the price offered. Most of them felt that the price offered was below the market value. There were also issues to do with the way the land was procured. Some people felt that there could have been issues of corruption involved. And then there were issues of due diligence. Now, I want to make it very clear that we actually, in matters of public participation, we had a very good meeting with the community, and all these issues were thrashed out. The final conclusion was that, of course, with these issues, so many positives were raised. There were issues of the military promising in terms of cooperative social responsibility, doing something about the roads. As I said, the road leading to this place is quite dilapidated. There were issues of the schools. There were issues of water, which the community is going to benefit. I must also add that during our tour, we actually were accompanied by the area member of parliament. So all these things were pointed in his presence. Now, when I talk of the southern corridor of our country and the western corridor of our country, not well covered in terms of airspace, Narok offers the opportunity for the southern corridor, which faces our neighbors to the south, which is mainly Tanzania. It offers that opportunity to be covered. It was also mentioned that the military have in their programs, they want to do the same exercise in Lodwar and I think Mariakani. With that, we will have our country well covered in terms of airspace monitoring. So, as I support this motion, and as we agree that these are issues of national security, I think what we need to take from this is the concerns that the House is raising. I've been very keen to listen, and I think, we must take very seriously what members are saying, and I think these are issues we'll be discussing, but I think nobody should contest the fact that the country needed to have this site, and the land has been acquired in terms of the willing buyer, willing seller basis. I urge this House to look very seriously in the report and approve, because we want to move from here and move to the next two sites. One of the concerns that I have picked out from this House was a member saying, why was the radars acquired before the land was acquired? I think it's a very serious and genuine concern. And I can assure this House that this was brought out very clearly. We thought that was not the right thing to do. The right thing to do is have the land first and then acquire. So it's something we have noted and will be bringing it out very clearly. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Let's have the first chairperson of the Speaker's Presidium, Honorable Member for Narok County, Honorable Soipan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to this motion. And I want to start by commending the committee for actually taking up this matter on its own motion, as we see from the report. Madam Speaker, because the report and the issue at hand raises a number of critical issues that caught the eye of the Defense and Foreign Relations Committee. Madam Speaker, that notwithstanding, commending the work of the committee, I must say that it is with huge reservations that I speak to this motion, Madam Speaker. Yes, we are talking about matters of national security, which concern all of us. But this must not be looked at in a way that there is outright disenfranchisement of the very people that this security is purported to be undertaken. Why do I say that, Madam Speaker? When I look at the committee report from the onset, I feel like it is half-baked. It did not really go to the core of the issue that it intended to investigate. And the reason I do that is when you read the terms of reference of the committee as to why they set out to investigate this matter in Narok, against those observations they made, if I were the chairperson of this committee, I would not have hastened to bring this report to the floor of the House. One of the things they were supposed to investigate is whether there was a proper environmental impact assessment done on the land. I don't know why the report comes back to the House without answering that critical question, because then what have they found out from the ground? It is still a matter of question. You know, the report comes back to the House with a question. Then why bring it to the floor instead of taking more time to investigate? And I think it's, finding out whether an environmental impact assessment has been done is a simple job. If they have sat together, down with the NEMA people, and even on the ground, it is easy to find out whether it was done or not. Madam Speaker, this piece of land, I am a member of parliament for Narok County, and I speak as a member of, a representative of the people of Narok County. Madam Speaker, the location of this particular project, government project, is right almost at the heart of the Masai Mara Game Reserve, an already fragile ecosystem, Madam Speaker. I think the committee should have taken this very seriously to establish that actually the project was given a clean bill of health environmentally and for purposes of this national game reserve that is, forms a huge part of the national cake of this country. If we are talking about matters national security, the people of Narok would have no problem supporting such a project of the national government of this magnitude, which speaks to the national security of our country. But it must not, I repeat, be done at the expense of the people that the same security is supposed to be speaking for. Madam Speaker, the other question that has not been addressed, which I see one member of the community has done a written memorandum, one Fred Karianke, from the area, he's a member of that particular locality, saying that there was no public participation. Yes, we appreciate that matters of national security are handled in a discreet manner, shrouded with a lot of confidentiality for good reasons. But, Madam Speaker, involving the members of the community, cannot be overlooked. It's a constitutional right of the people of a certain locality for any project of this magnitude of public interest should really involve a lot of serious public participation. International standards, Madam Speaker, require for free, prior, and informed consent for any project that happens within community lands or even private lands for this matter, Madam Speaker. The committee report does not give us an answer to these critical questions, and that's why I say the report is not fully baked and should not have been, brought in a hurry back to the House. I see that, the committee has made recommendations that the Defense Ministry should go back and look into, these issues and give us answers. But I want to ask, and I'm happy to see Honorable Kenta here. He's the chair of Committee on Implementations. The questions that have not been asked by the Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations should be taken up by the Committee on Implementation. Let the Defense Ministry come and defend this position. There are so many other lands. If it indeed find out that an impact assessment has not been done, then this project must be stopped until we have the clear indication that, the social disenfranchisement of the people of Narok and the, interference with the fragile ecosystem of the Mara should not be an issue that we have to deal with. Madam Speaker,
The issue of willing buyer, willing seller, we know, fine. That is there. Once I decide to sell my land, but we must not close our eyes to things that will affect even that very national project. Because I'm sure the national government would want to have a project in a peaceful area supported by the local communities, because we cannot close our eyes to the environment that the national government project is going to operate in. Madam Speaker, the issue of acquisition of the land, some of the lands are in controversy already. Why the hurry to force this thing to go through without first looking at these critical issues that have been raised by members of the community, that have been raised even by the committee report itself? So while I commend the work that, the proactive nature of the Defense Committee, I still feel that they needed to have serious answers to some of the questions they raised in their TORs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well spoken. Honorable Soipani, speaking as the representative of the people of Narok. She's a county member of parliament. Then we have now the member for Seme, the Honorable Nyikal Wambura.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I find it difficult to really congratulate this committee. This committee, I know, has done very good work at other times, but this time the report looks premature to me. You actually start by saying what did they set out to do. Then you will see that there are a lot of inadequacies. That we need this radar basis is not in question. That we need to protect our airspace is not in question. What is before us is the process. And then the committee sets out to say, to establish the location, size, and use of land. And the report that comes out, if you look at their committee observation, is that the land they have is actually not adequate. They need actually up to 5,000 acres. They're starting with 875 acres. And then saying this will be acquired in phases. And then they go ahead to say that the land surrounding that is in dispute. So you are setting up a base, and you will need more land, and the land around it has problems. So I don't see how you will say that really a piece of land you will recommend. Then to establish the amount of money set aside for the project and the budgetary allocation for the project. And you actually, the report says the land that is the money that's available, the money that is supposed to be given for land, and then the report asks, is this true? So who is to answer that question? Madam Speaker, then you go and look at the environment to establish whether an environmental impact assessment has been carried out and the details of the report of the exercise. Then what they give you is that there's a certificate and that is what is given. You would have expected that they will actually look at the environmental report, and what would be attached would be actually part of that report. So you are still left in doubt. Madam Speaker, then you go to the question of public participation. There's a lot of doubt, and you don't get a clear indication that there was public participation. In part of the report, the people who appeared before the report are indicating that there was no proper public participation. So, Madam Speaker, on my part, I don't want to spend a lot of time on this. And then you go to the recommendations themselves, and you're not quite clear what has been recommended. What has been recommended is actually what the committee should have done, that the Minister of Defense should carry out due diligence on the ownership of the proposed land to acquire and expedite the compensation of the bona fide. Now, that's what we should find out, if that should have been done, and give a clear way forward. We're just still saying that should have been done. That in the event of future expansion, you can't say in the event of future expansion and you start out by saying what you require is 5,000 and you have only 8. There was going to be future expansion. So, Madam Speaker, just with those, I find that this report is actually inadequate, and it was dealing with a very, very serious matter. I think what remains is that there is need for this base. An area has been identified, but no adequate work has come out of this committee that can give us a clear way forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well, the member for Seme. Then let's have the member for Narok North. Is actually next on my request list. And
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Implementation.
I'll first of all say that I agree with most of the speakers who have spoken before me, but I'll go further and say that I oppose this committee's report. And in fact, the members can actually observe from chapter 5 thereof that I have actually been personally involved and opposed this transaction. Just to be a bit polite, I will say that this report is not supportable at all. It's incoherent, it's disjointed, and inconclusive. And if this parliament passes such a report, I think we are actually trying to prove this house to be a mediocre house that does not take its work seriously. And my advice to the committee will be withdraw this report, do a thorough report, and then bring it to this house. But maybe for the purpose of informing the members, this particular camp was forced.
Do I hear noise? Because I treat as noise point of order. Honorable Raso, I will treat as noise because, yes, now you are not on, you're supposed to go to intervention.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if Honorable Kenta really disagrees with the report is available to him. The committee has gone to lengths to come up with this report, to visit the site in Narok, to have conversation with all possible stakeholders. Then let him come up and say, what are the issues that he disagrees with?
So, Honorable Raso, what is out of order?
Thank you.
Honorable Raso, what is out of order? Or are you using a point of information?
What is out of order really is saying that there is no report that is before this house. The report is there before this house. Let him say what are the issues that he raises with the report. Thank you.
Very well, Honorable Member. Honorable Saku.
I think my colleague.
Saying that
yes, I think my colleague is jumping the gun.
Order.
Yes,
When
yes,
the speaker is speaking, you wait.
Okay.
His point of order.
There is no report. I said there is a report that is unsupportable.
Okay.
Yes.
Then that's a correction.
And I said that they actually revisit.
Honorable Raso, it's good
Yes.
for us to listen to each other. Carry
So, Honorable Speaker, I've heard what my colleague has said. But one thing you should actually be open about is when did they visit the place themselves to undertake public participation? They even went when the camp is already there, the community was locked out, and they really had a rough time. So how was there a camp before the land was acquired, before there was authorization by NEMA and all the others? So what we are saying is that this was actually something that was pushed through the throat of the community. Madam Speaker, as you have heard from the speakers who have spoken before me, this land is actually within the precinct of the Mara National Reserve, which is actually the 8th wonder of the world. And the logic of buying this land was not actually for defense. It is somebody wanted to offload 5,000 acres, which he acquired illegally, and they know it, to the government of Kenya through the military. And that's why there was force, there was no participation of the public, and all that, and they know it. So the good thing about, or what the committee did, and we actually commend them for that, is for actually stopping the purchase of the 5,000 acres. And I've appeared before the committee in the presence of the Minister for Defense. And the Minister for Defense confirmed that they did not require the 5,000 acres, they only required 100 acres. And even this 894 does not make sense at all. And when you talk about willing buyer, willing seller, how can it be that you do not look at the environmental impact? There should have been a study. There should have been a study. Even if it's my land, I must actually console my neighbors. Did they accept? They never accepted. The other issue is that these 5,000 acres was actually taken from the young people. It was land set apart for the young generation of the Maasai people. So what the group branch representatives did, with the coalition of the land officers and some politicians, they just decided to allocate themselves and sold the 5,000 acres to somebody who now wants to offload it. What I'm simply saying is that what has been done is wrong. It's wrong, completely wrong. And this is not the only place that you can put such, such equipment, such hardware. There is Lanet in Nakuru. Okay, because when you talk about security, on the other side of the border is the Serengeti. So what is the threat? So for this parliament to look at this thing in a way that will actually show the Kenyan people that we are serious about fighting corruption, let them go back, let them revisit this issue, and then bring a fully baked, as somebody said, report. Nobody's disputing that we need security. But you do not need security. That destroys other communities. We are a pastoralist community. The military has already started harassing people there when they don't even own the land. They've started harassing people. And we know it was not for military purposes. It was for somebody, for a grabber, to offload that land. And that is a fact. And we don't want parliament to be taken for a ride. So I don't want to belabor this point. The report is self-explanatory. Because when you look at the conclusion, Madam Speaker, look at the conclusions. The Ministry of Defense should carry out due diligence on the ownership of the proposed land to be acquired and expedite the compensation of bona fide owners of the land. First of all, they have not identified the owners. They have not identified they have not done the due diligence. Okay? So, and you're already in occupation. So which land are you occupying? What is your right over that land? Nothing. And the taxpayer is paying billions of shillings to brokers. And then they go on to the second one, the event of future expansion. And mark you, they only did that 100 acres. And now they're talking about in the event of future expansion of the FOB and other related projects, the Ministry of Defense will carry out diligence to authenticate ownership of all the neighboring parcels of land whose ownership is currently disputed before acquisition. And that's the land they wanted to, the committee has self-accepted that this land's ownership is even in dispute. It's not identifiable. So what is the government of Kenya buying? What is the taxpayers' money being used for? That is the question. So if you do not even know the owner of the land, you are in occupation. So why are they telling Parliament to ratify an illegality? So I urge this House to reject in total this report because it will actually put this House in bad light when we shouldn't let it happen. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. I confirm that the report is before the House. And as usual, the Parliament does not debate any that is not procedurally before the House. Honorable Russell, you're directed. Honorable Member for Kwanza.
Madam Speaker, I was waiting for this chance. Madam Speaker, you are there to actually direct the House. The two previous members of Parliament from Narok County are telling us, this House, and we have listened to them, there's something amiss. I think at the beginning, I was just wondering whether I should support this report or not. But given what I'm hearing, and these are elected members of Parliament from Narok, we have to revisit this issue. One, no, you're just walking in, you don't even know. For one, Madam Speaker, one reason is that we know that from what the chairman presented, that so far 570 acres have been acquired, and they were looking for 876. But the requirement for the airspace for this facility is 5,000. My question is, given that disparity, and given the fact that, one, we have this question of saying impact assessment has not been done, There's also a possibility, and knowing the Kenyans, we're all Kenyans, including myself, there's this possibility of people now coming in to do speculation. Brokers are there, you know, and many other people, I think, would then want to take this report of the House, but give the committee more time to engage the leadership of Narok. I think it would be better that way than us rushing to pass this report. And more especially, as somebody mentioned, we are talking about 5,000 acres that are required, which of course the committee went and found out, and they agreed with the personnel from the Air Force or whatever they are. Then of course if we now have to acquire the 570, are waiting to have the 5,000 later in the year, maybe next year, whatever. And knowing today the National Land Commission officials are even out because of corruption, we are getting into a situation where it's going to be a lot of speculation, because we're getting the case where we have brokers that are coming in, and then of course those who want to come in, there's also be killings. I won't be surprised because of the conflict, because of the money. So we'll find that the Narok area is going to be an area where we'll have problems. Prices are bound to go up because you acquire whatever they are saying they're acquiring, 576 or no, 570. Thereafter looking for another 4,000 acres. Madam Speaker, I cannot tell you for sure, the prices could be more than triple what we have now. I think there is a provision for us to have, if we have to have that military base in the area that has been identified, good enough for the security of this country. There is also a possibility of us having it compulsory acquired. The compulsory acquisition is also in the law, is in the constitution, so long as you can be able to resettle the people elsewhere for the benefit of this country. So either you do that, but let's do that once and for all, other than buying in bits, because you are bound to have speculators, brokers, and killings, what have you, which is bound, because I saw that in my area. When they were going to have the land the road passing through some area. You know, people came from nowhere, bought the land, and they knew what was happening. Now the prices are going up. I think I've even a motion in this House. Because of that, Madam Speaker, I think the chairman is here. Chairman, please take your time. Let's go back and look at this so that if you have to buy 5,000 acres, buy it once and for all, other than waiting until things are out of hand. With those few remarks, and given the sort of corruption in this country, hey, man, it's a hot one. This one is a hot one. We better defer this. So I don't support this motion, this report. Let's go back. Thank you.
Well, the member for Karachuonyo, the Honorable Okuone Adipo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Now, I see this report in two parts. The first one is on the need, and the second one is the process. Starting on the need, Madam Speaker, I would say the report is good. Good because we need protection of our air, our land. We need protection even on our seas. We need to be protected. And on that score, I start by looking at the bill very, very effectively. But then we have also to remember that we have a very porous board, completely long and unprotected. So if the military people were to take steps they want to take, I would wholly support them. But then the process seems to have a lot remaining unsorted out. My colleagues have spoken about the public participation. a very essential requirement. And this, we don't have a good report showing us that this was done. I plead with the chairman of the committee to ensure that public participation is done before this report is passed by this House. But then we need the report anyway. And in addition to that, environmental assessment report must be done. The wildlife in that area is also a very economic factor in our country. So if we don't have any report on how the wildlife will be affected by this step the military people are taking, we may be hurting ourselves when our intention was that we were to benefit from this project. I also want to comment on the land purchase. We are told that some land, some parcels of land have not been identified in terms of ownership. And if that is true, then the willing buyer, willing seller syndrome will be violated, because with whom are you buying the land? So I think this one too needs to be sorted out. But more than anything else, I support the idea of buying the total land requirement instead of buying in piecemeal, which will escalate the price in the end of it all. Buying in piecemeal is also encouraging speculators, and that will distort the amount we are going to pay for the land when the time is full. So I'm asking the committee to go back and do some touches on these things which are looking not taken care of fully. I know the chairman may not like what we are saying, Madam Speaker, but be that as it may.
You are free to say anything, as long as you are relevant.
Pardon?
Honorable member, you are free to debate, to say anything as long as you are relevant.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
don't be afraid of the chairman. Ignore him.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So what I'm saying is that in this report, I support the first part, where the need is emphasized. That much I do support very strongly. But then the process is where I have a lot of questions. Madam, I beg to say that more need to be done on the report. Thank you, Madam.
Madam Commissioner, Honorable Member for Taveta.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia nafasi hii kuweza kuzungumza juu ya taarifa hii ambaye imetengenezwa na kamati ya kusimamia masuala ya wanajeshi pamoja na masuala ya mambo ya nje ya hapa nchini. Mheshimiwa Spika, jambo la ardhi ni jambo ambalo huleta hisia mbaya. Ni jambo ambalo limefanya watu kupigana ndugu kwa ndugu, kuumizana, kuuana, umwagikaji wa damu, kwa sababu wenyeji huwa kawaida wasipohusishwa vizuri, bila shaka ni jambo ambalo linaweza kuleta utata mkubwa sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, nikiangalia ripoti hii na taarifa hii ni kuwa kamati imefanya kazi, lakini kazi yenyewe sioni kama wameimalizia vizuri. Kwa sababu wangejaribu sana kuhusisha viongozi wote, viongozi wa kaunti, viongozi wa bunge, ili kuweza kuafikiana na wananchi pale kuwa je, njia mwafaka ya kufanya kazi hii ni njia ipi. Jambo ambalo ni la wazi ni kuwa wizara ya wanajeshi inayosimamia masuala ya wanajeshi hapa nchini wanahitaji ardhi upande wa Narok. Lakini juu ya kuhitaji ardhi upande wa Narok ni lazima waipate kwa njia ambayo ni ya kisawa na ya uwazi. Kamati hii nikiangalia mapendekezo yao pale mwisho imenitatiza mno. Manake kama waliolalamika waliona kuwa tangu pale mwanzo kulikuwa na mchezo fulani uliochezwa, basi wangehitaji tume ya kusimamia masuala ya ufisadi, wangeweka mapendekezo tume ya kusimamia masuala ya ufisadi, na pia tume pia mwenye kusimamia swala la uhalifu hapa nchini, haswa DCI, pia angependekezwa aangalie, je, kuna jambo gani lililoendelea. Lakini kabla wafikie hapo, nina imani kuwa wangekuwa wamezungumza na viongozi wote kwa ujumla na kuhakikisha kuwa wananchi ambao wote ni wahusika kwenye kipande hiki cha ardhi, wacha hii 570 peke yake, bali wote walioko kwenye hiyo 1000 wahusishwe. Wakishahusishwa, kufikia hapo wangekuwa wamepata habari kamili kuwa, je, aliyepata ardhi hii anayetajwa sana hapa kushinda wenzake aliipata vipi, na kama alipata kwa hali ya usawa, na kama alipata kwa kununua kutoka kwa majirani zake, basi iwe watu wamekubaliana kweli, labda sisi ndio tulikosea, tulimuuzia wakati alivyokuwa anauliza kupata vipande hivi vya ardhi. Mheshimiwa Spika, ukweli ni kwamba taarifa hii sioni kama iko kikamilifu hapa mbele ya bunge. Ningewapendekeza mwenyekiti, ambaye wamejaribu sana kuangalia jambo hili. Najua wanaangalia kuwa wizara inayosimamia masuala ya wanajeshi inataka kufanya hii shughuli, na hivyo basi wana hiyo haraka. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, wahenga wanasema haraka haraka huumiza matumbo. Hivyo basi ningependekeza kuwa wangerudi kuhusisha wale wote, wahusika wote na washikadau wote, bila shaka wangepata mwelekeo ambao ulio bora. Mheshimiwa Spika, hilo ndio langu, na ningependekeza kuwa swala hili lirudishwe tena kwenye kamati, wahusishe watu hao ili waweze kupata mwelekeo ambao utawezesha kila mtu kuwa amefurahikia mwelekeo ambao utakuwa umetolewa. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Thank you, Honorable Shaban, member for Taveta. The member for Wajir South, Mohammed Sheikh. He has placed his card on request list. I saw him, I'm sure he's consulting. The member for Nyando, Honorable Okello.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I rise to delve into this report on an inquiry into land acquisition by the Kenya Defence Forces in line with the report that is before us. From the outset, I would want to put quite categorically that I oppose the adoption of this motion. Madam Speaker, issues of land within this republic is an emotive matter. And therefore, each time we are dealing with land issues, we must employ absolute abundance of caution, lest we ditch this country into drains. And we wouldn't wish to see that. Stemming from issues land and the inherent complexities around it, we have seen Dungu land report to date gathering dust in some shelves without publicizing it for the general public. So every time, even my fellow colleagues are looking into issues of land, we must be very, very careful. And in the record of historical injustices that have been meted onto this country and the general populace, land becomes an integral part of issues, historical injustices. And Madam Speaker, the very reason why each time land becomes a matter, then we have to trade quite carefully. And the question that we are asking is, why is the buyer offloading this land? And what are the underlying issues surrounding this parcel of land within Narok County? From the report, they acknowledge that certain concerns were raised in the course of the interrogation, but at the same time recommending a full process of acquisition. Once questions have been put on to issues of ownership of land, then to me that is a red flag. And we have to therefore step back, reflect, retool before we move forward with a SAIL agenda. And you may also want to know why the military. If somebody is out to dispose of a piece of land and the buyer must just be the military, somebody trying to sanctify land and sell it to the strongest, so that if issues will emerge at the end of the day, then you are faced with the guns and the barrel of guns, as opposed to the barrel of the mouth where people can debate issues. So the mere fact that the military is targeted with this sale, to me, becomes suspect. And even if security would become an issue, and issues of security are always shrouded and obscured in mystery, then you ask yourself, has my community become so insecure that they need the presence of the military? We know of many places that have attracted the wrath of bad boys such as Kapedo and many areas undergoing cattle rustling. If that therefore is an issue, then let us take the military camps to them. But again, another fundamental issue. Are we in absolute lack of military bases? Have we, outnumbered the available resources within Langata, Thika, Isiolo, Nakuru, and the one on Uhuru Highway, on Waiyaki Way? Are we so much in need of a military camp that we just have to sacrifice everything else at the altar of unity of this nation? Madam Speaker, it is important that when fundamental questions are raised about the ownership of land, then the country must be awake and respond to the issues of cohesion more than issue of acquisition of land. And Madam Speaker, we have been told that proper environmental assessment wasn't done. And if so, why do we need to proceed if we do not have a cogent report that would perhaps get the country into an absolute confidence to move forward? We have constantly heard of areas where the military was undertaking training, and constantly we hear of grenades that were left behind or bombs still exploding to date. That is just part of it. But we also know that Mara River plays a pivotal role towards provision of water to the citizenry. What effects would these military camps with the artillery have on the water that this country is relying on? So environmental assessment is something that we cannot skirt around. We have to have a cogent report about it, Madam Speaker. Are we inviting another Waraka land saga into this, that the country will have to carry the burden of payment and the burden of litigation through court processes? We don't want to get there as a nation, Madam Speaker. I would suggest that if the country is in dire need of a military camp, then we know of the upsurge of insecurity along our borders. Let us tighten security along our borders and let the Ma community remain as they are. In any event, Maasais are known to be very strong men. The Morans fear nothing, and therefore they have never asked us for any additional security through the military. So, Madam Speaker, I would therefore oppose the adoption of this report before the House so that the country can enjoy its tranquility, especially the Ma community, and we live as a one unitary body without having to invite fractures or fractions amongst ourselves. And for that, I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well, the member for Bumula constituency, the Honorable Mabonga Mwambu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity also to air my views concerning this report before the House. From onset, Madam Speaker, I wish to oppose this report. And I have few concerns. Having looked at the report, Madam Speaker, I think what the members are doing is to avoid one really issue that is affecting the community and try to solve the other one. Just like what my colleague has said, the issue of security is paramount, Madam Speaker. We all agree that the issue of security is very paramount. But as we look at security, are we really looking at the lives of people before even we get into the issue of security? Because here, when you are talking of security, you are talking of the very citizens that you are mistreating. When the leaders of the region have raised key concerns here, that indeed the community was not involved. They were not involved either in public participation. Clear reports have not been submitted, but it's here and leaders have laid before the House. The reports have been submitted in the report. Members of Parliament have raised their concerns. It shows very clearly that the members and the chair and his team did not bother to get sufficient information concerning this report before they bring before the House. Madam Speaker, my concern is this, that why is it that when the government is looking for the land, they always identify the land for the poor people? Is it because they have the manpower to manipulate the payment and resettlement of the poor people? Because we have quite a number of a big chunk of land that belong to people who are able, who can even donate to this country. But when you hear of a poor man crying that has no help, he's looking upon the member, maybe who was elected like me to defend him or her. And here the leaders who have come before the House and raised their concerns in the report, that they were not involved and they are rejecting this. We are appealing to the committee to go back and involve the leaders of the community, right from the county level up to the members of Parliament, so that the community is involved. And in the report, you realize that the community is not 100% even rejecting the establishment of the base. But what they are saying, they are not involved. They don't know the concern. They don't know what is going to befall them because of the environment effect that comes with such operations of the military. So I'm raising my concern that it's important as members of this House to be serious that we are talking on behalf of members of the community in this country, that whenever members of the community are dissatisfied with some operations, it's important for us to go back and listen to them, because it's a constitution mandate that we must do public participation until everybody's on board. Once everybody is satisfied, Madam Speaker, we will avoid most of these things that are happening, most of issues of land where people are displaced, they are not compensated, and people are struggling with lives outside there, yet they are supposed to be protected by the same government that we are serving. So, Madam Speaker, with those few concerns, I reject this report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There is a point of intervention. The chairperson, Honorable Member for Kajiada, you have an intervention?
Madam Speaker, the point of information, I think at times...
You want to inform the House, yes?
Yes, inform the House. The problem with the members at times is we contribute without reading the reports. And unfortunately, you hear members saying, I've read the report, but he continues giving misleading information. Just want the members to know two things. What members are saying, public participation. And number two, because it's good to get them know, and then they will make their own decision. I'm on a point of order. Yeah.
Yes, he's on a
Wha-
point of order. You cannot raise a point of order on top.
On 25th October 2018, it's in the report, you will see the area member of parliament, that is the member for Narok West, appeared before the committee. And this is what he said. Okay. On 19th, and it is in the report, and some members say, I've read and there was no public participation. On 19th of the Honorable Olekenda, that is on 19th March this year, the Honorable Olekenda wrote a letter on behalf of the 4 elected members of that county to this committee. That is Narok North, Narok South, Narok East, and Narok West, requesting to appear before the committee for all of them. It was granted, and he appeared 2 days later before the committee, and this is what he said in the report. And members are saying, I've read, and leaders were not
Just
involved.
make your clarification.
Then
Chairman.
again, the whole committee visited Narok County, and they had series of meetings, and it's here in the report. So public participation was done. Whether the report is accepted or not, it was done. Number two, you can't do 2 points of order. Number two, the issue of an environmental impact assessment. When it was said it was not done, in October last year, when the NEMA people were appearing before the committee, they said they were yet to do the environmental impact assessment. It's here in the report. But that was October last year. But by February this year, they had already done now the impact, because we told as a committee, we cannot proceed until you do the environmental impact assessment. This is the certificate of NEMA attached to the report. So the problem is, people are not reading, members are not reading the report.
Okay. You've made your, you've made your clarification, point of information. Honorable member, you want to inform who? Whom do you want to inform? You want to inform the House?
Madam Speaker, firstly, for the first time, somebody is putting into question my capability to read and to fathom issues.
No.
That is one.
Order,
Two.
order.
Number two, Madam Speaker, this is critical.
No.
The assessment certificate cannot be misconstrued to mean an assessment report. Certificate and a report are two different issues, and we have to distinct them.
Honorable member,
Finally, Madam Speaker, the mere fact that a member of parliament
Honorable
appeared
member,
before the
what-
committee.
No, you are point of information. Now you're arguing. Yes. No, I'm not going to allow that. Because what you did, you had your point, your time to contribute, and this is a house of debate on the members. Be it you are negating, be it you are supporting, it's a house of debate. And again, I want to protect the chair. He did not refer to the member for Nyandu, you in particular. So you did not say that you don't know how to read. It's not challenging your capability to read, and so he has not referred to. So order, members, order. Let me have the member for Isiolo to contribute. Jadesa Dida.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute. Madam Speaker, as I contribute, I just want to quickly respond to the sentiment by the chair of Defense Committee that the members of parliament do not read report. And, okay, so he has withdrawn, Madam Speaker, therefore I hope. But we have the reports here. Madam Speaker, I also want to join my colleagues who have contributed here to say that I rise to oppose this report. Madam Speaker, I am not opposing based on the contribution by members, but I'm opposing as a victim of illegal acquisition of land by the government under the pretense
of development, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the county of Isiolo, where I represent, is one of the counties that are seriously affected by illegal acquisition of land by specifically the Ministry of Defense. Madam Speaker, we have two military battalions in Isiolo County. Yet, Madam Speaker, we suffer all manners of insecurity, ranging from radicalization, ranging from cattle rustling, call it, we suffer. Yet we have 78 battalion, we have the school of, I don't know, it's called infantry. Madam Speaker, yet we still suffer insecurity, Madam Speaker. Therefore, the issue of saying, oh, we need this to enhance security does not arise. Madam Speaker, the issue of public participation is a constitutional right. And clearly, it has been raised in this report by the residents of Narok that no public participation was done. Madam Speaker, you can look at the attachment. I think it's on page 1, clearly written that there was no public participation. Madam Speaker, we listened to the members of parliament from Narok County, including the able women rep of Narok County, who clearly stood here and said there was no public participation. And Mr. Speaker, we cannot be told of a public participation where people went and met in a hotel and just decided the way the counties these days do, bring people who are paid to be purported to be participating in the public. Secondly, Madam Speaker, there should be no development.
Order, Honorable Jadesa. There is an intervention by the member for Limuru. Yes, Honorable Mwadhi Mungai.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm listening to the contributor, the honorable member, saying some people met in a hotel to do public participation.
Yes, please, honorable members, let us
Can she substantiate? Is it, where is she getting that allegation? Because I belong to this committee and I don't know that. Can she substantiate? Is it in order for her to say something which was not and is not in the report and cannot be substantiated?
Very well, Honorable Jaldes Sadida, it is also out of order for you to...
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Can you substantiate the statement that you just made?
Madam Speaker, I just want to say that I don't think whether I'm out of order because I listened to the member from Narok, the women representative, who said that there was no...
Honorable Jaldes Sadida.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I
The
withdraw.
statement was to the effect that members met in a hotel. Can you substantiate that?
Thank you. I withdraw, Madam Speaker.
You withdraw. Thank you. Carry on. Carry on, Honorable Jadesa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Is it a point of argument? No, honorable member, you know very well how we do it, point of orders. You're not on intervention. So I want to assume that it's... Honorable Jadesa, carry on.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we were told there was no public participation by the two members of parliament from Narok County. So therefore, we assumed if the members were not involved, then the possibilities of the ordinary people being involved could be nil. Madam Speaker, having said that, we as communities hosting the Ministry of Defense have suffered massive losses, massive torture. Madam Speaker, if I am there to substantiate, I could bring to this House report of women who were raped, Madam Speaker, by military officers who live in those counties, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, massive pieces of land have been grabbed without compensation.
Honorable Jadesa Dida, we have an intervention by the member for Bumula, the Honorable Maboga Mwambu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Actually, my point of order was just a follow-up of the member of the committee, Madam Speaker, because these issues are here. What they could have told...
At what point are you following up, Honorable Member?
I'm following the order of member of the committee.
You're following up on his contribution.
Member for Rimuru. Member for Rimuru.
At what point? He has already finished the debate. There's no way you can address him now. Order, you're out of order. Then we go to Jaldesa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think Mheshimiwa Mamboga wanted to support my statement that indeed there was no public participation.
He did not mention you, Honorable Jaldesa. Just
Madam Speaker, having said that, Madam Speaker, I want to say that from the report, Madam Speaker, there was an objection from the community in as far as due diligence process was concerned, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, from the report, there was a concern. There were letters written to the committee by the communities affected, Madam Speaker, for lack of failure to undertake proper feasibility study of the environmental impact, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there was a concern raised about the interference of the ecosystem of Masai Mara, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I oppose this report, Madam Speaker, I will want the committee to go back, not only in Narok, but all the counties where the military has illegally taken over massive community land. And the underlying factor here, Madam Speaker, is the community land. Because all these areas which are affected by the massive land grabbing, it so happened that these are community lands. And the community land, Madam Speaker, are basically the pastoralist community, where we do not have clear ownership of land. Madam Speaker, and because of that, they are taking advantage, they are taking our land, not only, Madam Speaker, the military. You could hear of a project like Lapset. They are grabbing our lands, no community participation. There is no clear process of compensation. And because of that, Madam Speaker, we have speculators who just come and take our land. Madam Speaker, there are corruption. People just come and take away masses of land from Nairobi without even going to the ground. Madam Speaker, the issue of land is very emotive. That one, we must be very sensitive to it. It is something that can make even people lose their life. Therefore, Madam Speaker, as I oppose, I beg the committee to go back, not only in Narok, but even places like Isiolo, and clearly define how those communities will be compensated. Thank you.
Very well. The member for Isiolo North, Honorable Hulufo. Order.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity also to comment on this report. Madam Speaker, I would like to start by appreciating the important role that KDF plays, and by extension, the need to facilitate the Air Force to have the infrastructure they require to provide defense for our country. But however, having read this report very clearly, I've gone through this report and I have a number of concerns, and that actually constrains me from supporting this report. Madam Speaker, going through this report, I realized that the KDF and National Lands Commission, if you look at the submission by the Colonel, who is the commander of that regiment, you realize that, that certain steps were not followed. There is no way you can talk about compulsorily acquiring land for any public use before environmental impact assessment is done to establish suitability of the intended use on that particular piece of land. And that is one of the key concerns which I have with this report. Initially, while the Kenya Air Force was indicating that the environmental impact assessment was done, NEMA denied that it has taken place. However, as we speak, there is indication that it was done as an afterthought.
And this raises a lot of questions. I thank the committee for actually going out of their own volition to go and investigate this matter and bring this report to this House. The second reason why I'm very hesitant to support adoption of this report is the fact that this site which is identified is located in a very sensitive ecosystem, the Mara ecosystem. From my understanding of, Mara and sensitive, I do not think what the military intends to set up there and the current, use of that ecosystem will coexist amicably. And therefore, I'm very hesitant. The second reason, looking at the report, the notices for public participation were sent out, but reading through the report, very few submissions were made. But I'm glad, although not many community groups have made their submissions, the people's representatives, the MPs, have made their submission. And 2 MPs from Narok again have commented on this report in this very House this evening. And that tells us that there is no buy-in from the Ma community and from the Narok community. And it will be, despite, appreciating the importance of this radar to provide, to protect our territorial integrity and to ensure that, our country is safe, without acceptance of the community who are actually the owners of this land at the moment, I do not find a good reason why we should adopt this report and why we should even encourage the military to do due diligence and proceed with compensating people and continuing with the project. I would like to echo what my county member of parliament, Honorable Hema, said. My own county, and specifically my own constituency of Isiolo North, is host to, I think, the largest number of military barracks in this republic. And we have been having issues of the military every time extending the boundaries. We have issues with 78 Tankers Battalion. We have issues with SOI, School of Infantry, and so on and so forth, where they extend the boundaries and they keep on harassing our people and so on and so forth. At some point, we would like also this committee, we'll invite this committee as they go back and probably do more public participation and seek possibilities of getting buy-in to set up this radar in that specific place or another good alternative. I would like to encourage them to actually consider visiting all these areas, especially in northern Kenya, where we have provided land for our military to set up their camps and so on and so forth. Finally, I would like to say that we are not opposed to providing land for military infrastructure, for military to set up systems that will help us, will help them to protect our country. What only we are saying is this particular site does not seem to be very appropriate from ecological perspective and also from the perspective of even the ownership itself being in contention. It used to be a community, a group ranch. We are told a huge portion of it has been sold to a private individual. And some members of Maasai community are actually contesting this. And they have even petitioned the Ministry of Lands, as I've read in the report. And before these issues are sorted, because it is said that part of this land was set aside for next generation of Maasais. But unfortunately, it has already been sold, probably by local elites, which is something which is very common in most of these areas where the land is communally owned. So for these reasons, I would like to oppose this report. I would like to encourage the committee to go back and do a more thorough job in terms of engaging more stakeholders in Narok so that they could come up with, probably in consultation with the county government, the communities, and the leaders, we should get another appropriate site in Narok County or even elsewhere in the neighboring counties. Thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute.
Very well. The member for Limuru, the representative of the people of Limuru constituency, Honorable Mwadhi Mungai.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I rise to support this report. and from the onset say that I'm a member of this committee, and that in most of those events that are said to be in question, like public participation, I attended a few of them. But let me say, Madam Speaker, from the onset, that the need for the country to be secured cannot be gainsaid. And the fact that the military needs to modernize and to be able to synchronize with what is happening in the world in terms of security of a country is critical. And that is what led and informed the Ministry of Defense when they found that the bases that they have, as they presented to us, that the bases that they had did not have as rapid of response as they would like, given the new technological advancement that has been experienced even in other countries. And that's why they said, especially on the southern side, that it was necessary for us to have a base to secure our country from any aggression or invasion from that side of the country. Same as is happening on the northern side. And I say this, Madam Speaker, knowing that Kenya has been going through various tribulations in terms of invasion and some aggression to our nation. We're just experiencing maritime dispute currently, which has come before the committee and is, I think every Kenyan is seized of. If you go to the west, we have the dispute on Migingo Island, which is also happening along the Elemi Triangle, and that is why we are trying to secure ourselves from the northern side at Lodwar. So the fact that people live in this nation and that they should live with peace must also go hand in hand with the security that they require to live in that peace. And if this work is going to be done for the utmost good of every Kenyan, then it is not so hard, it is not painful for us to give way to our security forces to be able to secure us. So what happened, as presented, Madam Speaker, is that military did an aerial survey, and this survey was done in 1987, even as confided to us by the area MP who came to the committee. And I would like to quote what the area MP said, and this is Honorable Gabriel K. Ole Tongoyo, who informed the committee that in 1987, it is in the report. Well, if you want to call a honorable member of this House MCA, it's up to you. It's your colleague. And it is very wrong, actually. Honorable Speaker, I'm addressing the chair.
Honorable Oyo Onyango, you're out of order. I can hear from you from where I am. Yes, please consult in law tones and have some decorum for addressing members. Yes, Honorable Member, just carry on.
Yeah, so as I was putting it, Honorable Speaker, and thank you for the protection, he says that in 1987, Ololototo was gazetted as the most ideal for use by the Kenya Defense Forces. That is in 1987. However, the area has been subdivided and is private land. So even, Madam Speaker, as we are speaking of a fragile ecosystem, our visit there, and indeed if you look at the Kenya Gazette, which is attached
The
here.
Honorable Member for Limuru, Honorable Mwadhi Mugai, we have an intervention, point of order, Honorable Lesuda. Not Lesuda. Lesuda is the next on the request list. The Honorable Member for County of Narok.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I'm on a point of order, Madam Speaker. I want clarification from the chair of the Committee of Defense. The land that you're talking about, having been stated by the Member of Parliament for Narok West, is Olol Toto. Olol Toto is in Narok North constituency. And the subject land for the acquisition for the military purpose is in Narok South constituency. So let us set the record straight, Madam Speaker. Because the land that is said to have been acquired in 1987 is a totally different piece of land from the one we are talking about.
The member for, yeah, you had mentioned the member for Limuru. You are the one on record mentioning on the piece. So can you clarify unless you want your chair to help you?
Honorable Chair, the honorable member wants clarification from the honorable chair of the committee. I'm reading the report as it is written.
Then the chair, yes, you want to clarify that?
Thank you. Though procedurally, he should have sought clarification from the member who was on the floor. But because you have given me the chance, actually what the member for Narok West told the committee is that initially, previously in 1987, there was an area which was marked for this military camp. But later on, it was subdivided into private, so it's no longer there. And that is why they are now moving to another place. He was not saying, because I was chairing the committee, he was not saying that the area being earmarked now is the one which was gazetted. No, he said previously it was another place.
Very well. I'm sure this was brought by the member for Limuru because he quoted the Petitions.
Thank you, Madam. The debate, Madam Speaker, should be carried on in a sober note so that we all assist of the facts. Then from the facts, we can decide whether we really want our military to protect us or we want to pull them out. I was on the issue of fragile ecosystem. So when we visited this site, we found that all this land has been subdivided into individual parcels. And in fact, if you look at the report, it says that 570 acres are adequate to set for phase 1 to set the initial base. But however, those who hold the land from where we can get 570 have such land that is bigger than 570. So one person, or most of them, said they cannot cut half of their parcel so that they can sell that which is required by Ministry of Defense. Unless the ministry takes the whole of it, they would then not be willing to release the half. And that is why it increased from 570 to 876, which has been bought on a willing buyer, willing seller basis. Willing buyer, willing seller basis. So as we are talking, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, the land has been acquired and the military are there. And we went there on the ground and we found the people and they came and we sat at the altitude which the Ministry of Defense had chosen. And they agreed. In fact, most of them were asking for those who had not been compensated as at that time were saying, we are taking them for granted. Please pay us money. We want to go and settle elsewhere. Now, when we talk about the issue of NEMA, the report is here. And it is in February this year, which says that the project has been given a go-ahead subject to the conditions which they were to fulfill, and which they are fulfilled, and the military has already been relocated to that place. So, Madam Speaker, it's good to have those facts so that even as we debate, members know exactly what it is that we are saying. Madam Speaker, I also want to mention the issue of invitation of leadership. The invitation of leadership, not once, not twice, that the Narok MP, who actually was opposing, Narok North MP, who was opposing, came to the committee. And in fact, on the day that we went for public participation, we invited him and all of the others to come with us. It is only the area MP, Madam Speaker, who came. And when he came there, he had no problem. And we had enough capacity to carry for all those who have wished to go. So if they were not willing to come, what else would we have done? So in summary, Honorable Speaker, the chair wants to clarify.
Your time is over. There's not, you cannot be on, your point is over, Honorable. I mean, your time is over, Honorable Mungai. Let us have the Honorable. The Narok women have disturbed. There's nothing like disturbance in there. But for that matter, let me give you 1 minute. Just give a minute because of...
Now, let me summarize, and thank you for being kind, Honorable Speaker. Let me summarize by saying this. As part of their contribution, I want to just read what the Narok North MP said, and then I sit down. As a community, they are not objecting to the acquisition of the earmarked 876 acres parcel of land and setting up of the military camp. But should the Ministry of Defense wish to expand their footprint, they should get approval of Parliament before they could acquire more land. That is what he said. And I want to thank you.
Thank you. The member for Samburu West, Honorable Lesuda Naisula. Honorable member for Nyando, your point of order, what is out of order? Just give him the mic before Honorable Lesuda.
Madam Chair, I seem to be losing trajectory and flow of thoughts into this conversation. Listening to my brothers from this committee speak, I do not know exactly whether they are defending their report, or they are defending the land under question, or they are defending the military, which is an entity, a legal entity that can sue and can be sued, Madam Speaker. Can they clarify for us? Because the three musketeers seem to be lost into the whole discussion. I thank you.
Very well. The member for Nyando, you have the report yourself?
I do.
You do have the reports. What we are debating here is the report, and it should be nothing else but the reports. The member for Laisuda, member for Samburu West, you are Laisuda, you're on you.
I'm not a constituency. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, listening to members contributing, especially the members from the said county and members of the committee, there seems to be some issues that are unresolved on the acquisition of this land. And members of Parliament are also representatives of the people, Madam Speaker. And having looked through the report, as the committee members have said, that they did public participation. But what is not clear is the military itself doing public participation on the ground as an agency, as one that is interested in that land. It is not clear that they did the public participation themselves, and maybe there should have been an attachment of the public participation and not just the committee going to find out. We needed to have seen the military itself doing public participation with the community before going to acquire that land, Madam Speaker. And that is not here in the report, it is not attached, and it is not tabled in this House, Madam Speaker. The second thing, Madam Speaker, when you look at the recommendations of the committee, the two recommendations, it says that the Ministry of Defense should carry out due diligence on the ownership of the proposed land. My recommendation then would have been that the committee, it needs to recommend that the process is stopped or stalled until the ownership of the land has been justified by the ministry itself. But it's not, the process, we don't know whether it is continuing as they find out about the ownership of the land, Madam Speaker. And also, the second point says, in the event of future expansions and other related projects, the Ministry of Defense should carry out due diligence again. I thought you do due diligence before going there and making all these things. I thought due diligence should be done first. And so that this committee then should have been telling us, was due diligence done or due diligence was not done? Madam Speaker, I'm speaking like this because my county is one that is largely occupied by military bases in this country, Madam Speaker. We have in Samburu East, we have in Samburu West, we have in Samburu North, Madam Speaker. And we have seen a scenario like this in my constituency, Madam Speaker, where the past municipal council, I think in the 19, I don't know, 90, you know, I can't get the exact, but in the 90s, Madam Speaker, actually, I think it was in the 80s, where they gave out land to the military, Madam Speaker, and the military used it for some time, and they never went back to do anything on that piece of land, Madam Speaker. And it was also very close to the center or to the town, which is Maralal town, Madam Speaker. And after some time, they left. And of course, then there was encroachment of that land, and people have actually lived on those parcels of land, Madam Speaker, actually 2 parcels of land, Madam Speaker. And the community has been trying for a long time to even give the military another piece of land away from the community so that the community can own this land, Madam Speaker. And what is interesting is that we followed the whole process, went to NLC together with the military, and the place where we gave them, where we've been having issues of cattle rustling for a long time, Madam Speaker, at the Suguta Valley. And we said, please move away from the town and let's go where we really need our military, which can even act as a deterrent, Madam Speaker, to some of these issues. And it was interesting that the military told us we cannot go there because it's inhabitable, it's inaccessible, it is all that. If the military cannot access those places, how do we expect the people of Samburu and even other communities to access those places? It is them to go there and open up that area, Madam Speaker. And so we're ready to give as much land in those areas, Madam Speaker, so that we can also open up those areas so that we can reduce some of the vices that have been challenging us on matters of insecurity, Madam Speaker. We cannot belabor the issue of the ecosystem. When you talk about Masai Mara and having the camp there and looking at the environmental impact assessment, Madam Speaker, it is not something to take lightly, as we all know that we rely on it as a nation, and it is also a very useful resource. And so we cannot also say that we do not need some of these facilities because we need matter securities, but it is important to respect also communities. It is also important that due diligence is done before we get to the level that we are getting into, Madam Speaker. And so therefore, for all those reasons, and even just to mention, for example, in Samburu East, we've seen many children maimed every other time. We have seen the carelessness of the bombs being left unattended to, and people even losing their lives, Madam Speaker. And so therefore, we have to think clearly whether we have exhausted even the areas that are already adjudicated, whether we are already using. And finally, we need to think about the whole aspect of our country on issues of public spaces and public land. I'm sure if we looked thoroughly in this country, we cannot miss some public land somewhere and leave the communities alone, and especially areas where there is contention, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The member nominated, Honorable Sahal Ibrahim. And before Sahal Ibrahim, Honorable Shirley, your intervention.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute. Madam Speaker, as you know, in this country...
Honorable Sahal, just a moment for an intervention. Just hold on for an intervention. Yes, Honorable Member for Mumia Assist.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, without appearing as if I'm trying to interfere with the member of the floor, Honorable Speaker, I've been following the debate on this motion for quite some time. Even when I was in the office, I was following it on TV. And I'm sure even my colleague, even if she was given opportunity, including my brother Oyo, there will be an element of repetition. Madam Speaker, I was going to request you that so that we can go to the next order, you allow the mover to reply. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Which standing order? Leader, which standing order? I'm sure you mentioned standing order.
Under standing order number 95.
Very
Thank
well,
you, Madam.
thank you for quoting the start. But before I move to prosecute your point of order, allow, because I'd already given it to the member for the nominated member to carry on. Sahal, just carry on.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, As you know, we have a lot of issue with terrorism in Kenya, and it's our high time we support our defense forces. Madam Speaker, it is the responsibility of our government to protect its citizens. Madam Speaker, it is against this background the Ministry of Defense embarked on the Kenyan Air Force modernization program in the financial year 2013-2014. Madam Speaker, my points are to increase civilians to comprehensively cover the national airspace in order to effectively monitor and react to the airspace threats. As a strategy to protect all our borders, the forwarded operation bases established in Narok County will cover the whole western region. As a withdrawal strategy by the Kenyan Defense Forces from Somalia, it is also proposed to establish FOBs along all the borders, namely Wajir Northern Region, Mariakani, Southern Region, and Narok, Western Region, to support existing ones. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the committee for this recommendation, and I support. Thank you.
You support very well. The members, as I prosecute the point of order by the Honorable Member for Mumias, is quite in order, is true on standing order number 95, which is procedural, and which is to close debate. And I therefore move to put the question, which is that the mover be called upon to reply. Will as many as of this opinion say aye? Aye. And as many as a contrary opinion say nay? No. Order. The other members, the ayes have it. Order, members. Order, Honorable Yo, order, Honorable Yo. The member for Moroni. In fact, you are out of order. Honorable members, I am not in a position to put the question. The House is not properly. Wait. There's a member who is, honorable member, can you resume your seat? Yes, honorable member for Moroni, he was out of order. And actually why I was abstaining, because I wanted to deal with him. But because the mover has to reply, yes. So members now because you are well and you're in order, allow me to call the mover to reply as passed by the question.
Thank you. I would really, the problem is the standing orders, unless with the permission of the speaker. You know, Madam Speaker, will you allow me to donate 2 minutes to the member from Horoni? Honorable Chairperson, we have procedures of the House, yes, and myself guided by the procedure of the House. I understand. Since the debate was prematurely completed, then we are not in a position to Thank you, Madam. Actually, that's why I was saying the problem is the standing orders. Madam Speaker, thank you very much for those members who contributed to this motion. But I just want to make one clarification for members to make an informed decision when the day for putting the question comes on. One, we are not talking of the community land. The report is seeking an approval for only the 876 acres that are privately owned. And the recommendation we made, and I really want to appreciate the contribution by the member for Samburu West, that we really need this military camps for our security, but we must also be cognizant of the community interest. And that's why we are saying we are only talking of the 876 acres that are privately owned. And the members of this house from the Narok County who appeared, those who appeared before the committee, specifically two of them, the Honorable Member for Narok West and the Honorable Member for Narok North. They said, and it is in the report, we have no problem with the 876, which are privately owned. But our problem is the surrounding, which is community owned. And that is what they even made it very clear that the surrounding parcels of land, the ownership is disputed. And that is why we put in the report, should the Ministry of Defense want to expand the footprint. Actually, we use the words of the member for Narok North. In future, if they need anything outside 876, due diligence must be done and approval of this house must be sought, because those neighboring parcels, the ownership is disputed. So what we are looking and okay for is only 876, nothing more than that. And actually, the military wanted 570 only. But for phase one, and they found the parcel of land they found, which is privately owned by one individual, it is 876 acres. And the owner said, I cannot sell half. If you need, take it all. That is why it moved from 570 to 876. The issue also of the NEMA certificate from environmental impact assessment. When the NEMA officer appeared before the committee, that was around October last year, they had not done the environmental impact assessment then. And we told them, we cannot continue until you do it. So they asked for more time, and they did it in February this year. And the report was tabled in April. So what is appearing in the report that the environmental impact assessment was not done was a progress report as of the end of last year. So it was done in February this year. The certificate is attached in the report, and the report was tabled. We concluded the report now in April. And therefore, I want to assure members that security is very important in this country. There are some things we are not going to say here for security reasons. But there are reasons why Narok was found to be the ideal position. And I don't want to say in public, but I said when I was moving the report, Narok, Lodwar, and Mariakani. Those are the areas Ministry of Defense have identified to really want to put radars if they get funding from this house. And they have reasons, of course. And you see, this is a radar. This is just like the Safaricom booster that you have to put it. And I was telling one member, at times when we invite Safaricom or Airtel to put those, they call them masks, they are boosters, that's the language we understand. You may want them to put in this location. But when they go to the ground, they say the coordinates for signals is not here. And the same case with the radars of Kenya Air Force. We may want a certain location, but when they do their own technical setup, the coordinates may not add up. It moves to another place, and that is why they identified this parcel as the best to put this mask, which we call it the radar, and then they will be able to monitor, as I said, our airspace. And then if you give them money in the subsequent financial years to come, they will do in Lodwar and Mariakani. And then the country will be well monitored. The airspace of the country will be very well monitored. So I want to plead with this House that approve the 876, nothing beyond the 876. And that is what the report is saying. And the rest, if they want, they must seek parliamentary approval. they must do due diligence to ensure that the ownership of the land is not disputed, but at least for this parcel, it's one parcel, it is not disputed. I beg to reply, Madam Speaker.
Very well, Chair of Defense. Order members. Order members. Why are members shouting across the aisle? Member for Limuru and Company. Let's have some order. And you cannot shout across at the majority whip. You can always consult in a good environment, not combative. Members, we shall defer the putting of the question on this motion until such other time as it will come up for before the House. And so we shall move to the next order.
Order number 11, motion, ratification of the agreement for the setting up of a regional maritime information exchange and sharing mechanism and the coordination of operations at sea.
Chair? Oh, Honorable Dido. There is a delegation of duties.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think we will revisit the NAROC issue at a later date. I beg to move the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations on its consideration of the agreement for the setting up of a regional maritime information exchange and sharing mechanism in the Western Indian Ocean region and the regional agreement on the coordination of operation at sea in the Western Indian Ocean, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, June 26, 2019, and pursuant to Section 8 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of the agreement for the setting up of a regional maritime information exchange and sharing mechanism in the Western Indian Ocean region and the regional agreement on the coordination of operation at sea in the Western Indian Ocean. Madam Speaker, for us Kenyans, the Indian Ocean is really an important maritime area. A road of networks into the coastal Kenya. This is where our shipping lines, strategic for us that we are part of an Indian Ocean arrangement. In this report, I'm moving two agreements. The first one is setting up of a regional maritime information exchange. And on the second one, it is about a maritime operations center. Madam Speaker, looking at the Indian Ocean, I want to say again, strategically, it's very important for Kenya because Kenya is the gateway to this region. And taking interest in the Indian Ocean, it is important for maritime surveillance, for passage of international maritime vessels, for ferriage of cargo within this maritime space. In the two agreements, I'll first talk about the regional maritime information exchange and sharing mechanism in the Indian Ocean region. These agreements, which actually have been signed by Kenya, France, Seychelles, Djibouti, Morocco, and Madagascar, and Kenya signed on 26th of February 2019, to be part of this arrangement. The agreement, the first one, is composed of 23 articles. I just want to go through briefly a few of the very important articles, although I consider all the 22 articles important. But because of time, I will look at Article 3 that talks about the objectives of the agreement. The agreement seeks to lay the basis for a regional cooperation framework among the state parties to enhance maritime safety and security. Specifically, it seeks to improve each party's knowledge of its maritime situation, inform speedy operational responses to threats, allow state parties to master the knowledge and technology, among others, maritime information fusion, and promote the culture of maritime information sharing. Madam Speaker, the fourth agreement talks about the scope of the agreement. What does it cover? So it does not govern worship or state vessels that are not exercising commercial activities. So in this particular case, when the Kenyan warships are actually transiting through the region that has been agreed by the state parties of the maritime zone, it means they are not under any obligation to be constrained by this particular agreement. Article 5 establishes the Regional Maritime Information Fusion Center. Madam Speaker, this is about setting up a command post or an information exchange. The center is mandated to receive, to store, to process, to merge, to share, and exchange maritime information for the purpose of maritime security, safety of harbor and maritime approaches, protection of the maritime environment, and monitoring of maritime traffic. Each party to the agreement is to designate a liaison officer within the center, and all parties are to consider the financing of the center. Madam Speaker, one single important assignment that we as Kenyans have in terms of manning this center is to second a liaison officer, the rank of a lieutenant colonel, to represent Kenya in this center 24/7. Also, in terms of running the center, Kenya will pick up a part of the bill to ensure the center runs effectively and efficiently. Article 6 outlines the responsibilities of the parties. Article 7, responsibility of the host state. In the maritime information exchange, the host country will be Madagascar. That will be responsible for the independence and funding of this center. That the center is enabled to discharge its duties without being constrained by the local or the customary laws of that country. And also that the state parties have access to this center without any hindrance. Madam Speaker, Article 9 talks about modalities of access to shared maritime information and data. In this particular case, the importance of sharing information information also that goes to third parties, and also for the security of information that is transmitted from one country to the other, and also from one country to the exchange center. Article 11 talks about procedure relating to the exchange and sharing of information, either electronically, verbally, or in writing. And in response, this information by the receiving countries will be responded to just as it was transmitted from the center. But importantly, it is about securing and the inscription of this information. Madam Speaker, you will note that these are military information about movement of vessels, movement of certain vessels that are suspected to be carrying contraband or dangerous good, or vessels that are suspected to have been hijacked. So that is why this information, as it's transmitted, must be encrypted. Article 11 is about information and data protection measures, and also how you pass information from one state party to the other, also information to third-party recipients, and also confidentiality of information that state parties must subscribe to. Article 12 is on the matter of judicial purposes. Information shared under the agreement may only be provided for use in judicial proceedings with the concept of the sharing party and limited to the information that is required. In this particular case, Madam Speaker, information that is gathered from the fusion center or from state parties can be used in a court of law through sharing this information by agents from either of the state parties to this agreement. Article 14 is about the procedure of amendment of the agreement, and the agreement amendment may be proposed in writing, and it will be deposited with the Indian Ocean Commission, which is actually a major and standing commission within the region. Any amendments come into force 30 days after it has been deposited. Madam Speaker, also in this agreement, state parties can have reservations to any of the articles. There are also rooms for settlement of disputes under the agreement through consultations and also diplomatic channels. Honorable Speaker, also state parties, as they sign this agreement, which in this particular case also happened when the Cabinet Secretary for Defense of Kenya was signing this agreement. The caveat is that the agreement must be agreed upon and approved by the Cabinet, and also subsequent ratification by the National Assembly, and also subject to the Treaty Making and Ratification Act of Kenya 2012. Madam Speaker, also there's room within the articles about withdrawal, and Article 20 is about the organizational structure of this regional coordination mechanism. In this, the important input is a steering committee. That actually the body that manages this particular institution. Madam Speaker, it's only the chairmanship of the steering committee that is rotational, with the exclusion of the representatives of Madagascar, which is the host country. And also, the steering committee is expected to provide strategic leadership to the institution. Madam Speaker, Article 22 provides the entry into force of this agreement by signing by the member countries who have agreed to be state parties to this agreement. And this agreement was signed at Balaclava, Mauritius, on 29th April of 2018 by representatives from the Comoros, Djibouti, Madagascar, Mauritius, and the Seychelles. It is important to note that two of our neighboring countries within the region that also sits on the Indian Ocean rim of Somalia and Tanzania are not part of this agreement. Kenya and France signed the agreement at Nairobi on 26 November 2018. Cabinet Secretary for Defense signed the agreement on behalf of the government of Kenya and subject to approval by Cabinet and ratification by the National Assembly. This regional agreement is really important, particularly in the area of information sharing. Madam Speaker, I will now quickly progress to the second agreement, which is the regional agreement on the coordination of operations at sea in the Western Indian Ocean and the explanatory memorandum. Madam Speaker, the difference between the first agreement and the second is the first agreement is about information and also exchange of data. But this second agreement is about coordination of operation at sea. This agreement also consists of 22 articles. Largely, they generally reflect the same sort of parameters as laid down in the first agreement in terms of the objectives, facilitation, scope of the agreement, regional coordination. So the important things which I would really want to spell out here is that all parties under the operational agreement undertake to fight piracy and organized crime, assist in the exercise of state prerogatives with regards to vessels, participate in the search and rescue of humans at sea, protect the maritime environment, restore safety of navigation at sea, protect underwater sites, and help in the event of disasters. Madam Speaker, largely this is within the scope of what our Navy does as a maritime force at sea. This is also where we see that now we have a Coast Guard. How closely do they relate and how closely do they cooperate when they are not in the blue waters that you have the maritime force, but in the brown waters, that is in the 12 nautical miles, where you have the Coast Guard operating. There's also Article 7 that outlines coordinated operation of regional interest. Article 8, actions that may be taken at the national level relating to suspicious vessels. Article 10 outlines boarding and such guidelines of vessels on the high sea. Only authorized teams of state parties are allowed to carry out boarding and searches. However, visiting teams who may carry weapons on a case-by-case basis may only operate in accordance with the modalities that are to be agreed between the state parties. Madam Speaker, on this particular one, on the high seas, the United Nations law of the sea allows free passage of international maritime traffic without any interference. Under these circumstances, if the state parties want to intercept a vessel, then clearly they have agreed that they must have modalities on how country maritime forces can board and search vessels so that you don't interfere with that routine flow of traffic that is allowed by the United Nations law of the sea. Modalities and jurisdiction and mutual legal assistance. This is legal assistance offered by state parties in case a vessel is actually intercepted carrying contraband or dangerous goods so that they can appear before court. Vessels beyond territorial waters of any state. This is about respect to the territorial borders of friendly countries. Madam Speaker, this agreement was also signed in Balaclava, Mauritius on 29th April 2018 by representatives of Comoros, Djibouti, Madagascar, Mauritius, and Seychelles, and both Kenya and France signed on 26th November 2018, subject to ratification by the National Assembly. So, financial implication, the host countries, Seychelles and Madagascar, are required to cater for the expenses for the two centers. Kenya's express contribution to the agreement is delegation at its cost of a liaison officer to the center. The following are the observations by the committee. The procedure for approval of a treaty as stipulated in Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, the implementation of the provision in the agreement will enable Kenya foster regional cooperation in order to enhance maritime safety and security. The operationalization of both the operational agreement and the informational agreement require the cooperating state to each attach liaison officers to the center. The EU, through the Indian Ocean Commission, has made provision for an initial funding amounting to €5 million to support the coordination of corporations. Finally, Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that, pursuant to Section 8 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act of 2012, the House approves the ratification of the agreement for setting up of a regional maritime information exchange and sharing mechanism in the Western Indian Ocean region, and explanatory memorandum and regional agreement on the coordination of operation at sea in the Western Indian Ocean and the explanatory memorandum. Madam Speaker, with those remarks, I beg to ask Honorable Kivai to second. Honorable Charles Kilonzo to second. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Kilonzo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a second this motion, I want to say from the onset, it is long overdue. Madam Speaker, if you recall, at the height of piracy, this country faced a lot of challenges, and so did the neighboring states. And some of the challenges still exist. To mention some of them include piracy, terrorism, which is a reality today, illegal fishing, illegal exploration, including also drug trafficking. The member states in this agreement, Madam Speaker, all face these challenges, and none had any means of cooperating with the neighbor. So when these two agreements came, Madam Speaker, I think it's an opportunity, and we need to move very fast, and as a parliament, do our job and rectify. But allow me to talk on the first regional maritime information exchange and sharing mechanism in the Indian Ocean. Before, there was no sharing of information. This agreement provides, and if I may quote Article 3, the agreement seeks to lay the basis for a regional cooperation framework among state parties to enhance maritime safety and security. Madam Speaker, specifically, it seeks to improve each party's knowledge of its maritime situation, inform speedy operation responses to threats, allow state parties to master the knowledge and technology, among others, maritime information fusion, and promote the culture of maritime information sharing. This is something which was not in existence, and it is very important if you are going to fight the challenges which I mentioned earlier. It is very important we share information. Madam Speaker, as it was earlier stated under Article 4, it is very clear the agreement does not govern our warships or state vessels that are not exercising commercial activities that are in transit. So parties are at liberty to choose which information to share when it comes to that aspect. But again, all the parties are, sorry, Madam Speaker, all the parties are also given, have agreed to increase the sources and quantity of information given to the center and to observe agreed confidentiality and integrity requirements attached to the information shared. It is also been stated very clear the host country is Madagascar. But of importance, if you all remember when we tried pirates at the height of piracy off the shoreline of Somalia, you recall we had an MOU where the pirates who had been arrested by the international naval forces were trialed and jailed in Kenya. One of the biggest challenges was there was not enough exchange on maritime information from the member states within that area, because most of them were arrested off the shores of different countries. So this agreement gives us an opportunity, and Article 12, it governs the use of shared maritime information for judicial purposes. Information shared under this agreement may only be provided for use for judicial proceedings with the consent of the sharing party and limited to the information required. So this is going to be, if we are going to fight piracy, we need to ensure that for judicial purposes, we have information which is available, which can be shared from other member states. Very fast, allow me, Madam Speaker, to refer on the other agreement. I hope I still have time. This is a regional agreement on the coordination of operations at the sea in the Western Indian Ocean and the explanatory memorandum. Madam Speaker, the difference between the two agreements, one is sharing information. The other one is now, after you share the information, the operations. For example, we might have our Navy operating within that region where the member states have signed agreements. So we need agreement on the guidelines and the regulations and the rules of operations. But there's one interesting article which is very important. I'll quote it. This is Article 4. It says all parties to cooperate in the fight against feasible threats listed in Article 6, which include, among others, piracy. Provide for assistance to regional coordinated operations at the sea in terms of material, human, and legal means, and for ad hoc mutual assistance, facilitate clearance procedures, encourage efficient, and so on. The whole idea is some of the countries which neighbor here are very small countries. They might not have the resources even to operate in the sea. So the stronger brothers in this agreement will be able to assist those countries. And Article 6 is very specific, fighting piracy. All parties in this agreement undertake to fight piracy and organized crime, which is one of the biggest threats. And if you look at, for example, organized crime, drug traffickers, because of lack of agreements of this nature, they have been having a field day. All they need to do if you are chasing or pursuing a suspicious vessel, when you exit the territorial boundary, you cannot pursue them. This agreement allows, under Article 12, allows, if I may quote, outlines the manner in which state parties are to treat other vessels beyond territorial waters of any state. So, Madam Speaker, this agreement now will allow us, if you are going to pursue drug traffickers, to even pursue to territorial waters of other countries who are party members, something which was totally impossible before. To finish, Madam Speaker, one of the biggest benefits in this agreement, if you look at the last page of our report, the European Union, through the IOC, have made provisions for initial funding amounting to 5 million euros to support coordination of cooperating states' actions at the sea. And the EU has submitted to fund the operations made under the program up to 2022. So this also comes with a benefit. Immediately we sign to this, we ratify this as a parliament, then the benefits also financial, because we'll be funded. It will not only be taxpayers' money, there will be assistance from European Union. So with those remarks, Madam Speaker, I wish to second.
Other members? I'll go on to propose the question, which is that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations on its consideration of the agreement for the setting up of a regional maritime information exchange and sharing mechanism in the Western Indian Ocean region, and the regional agreement on the coordination of operations at sea in the Western Indian Ocean, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, June 26, 2019, and pursuant to Section 8 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of the agreement for the setting up of a regional maritime information exchange and sharing mechanism in the Western Indian Ocean region, and the regional agreement on the coordination of operations at sea in the Western Indian Ocean. Honorable members, it is inevitable that we defer the initiation of debate on this motion until the next time when it comes up in the order paper, because we've run out of time. And therefore, honorable members, the time now being 6:59 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Thursday, 25th of July, 2019, at 2:30 p.m.